the way we live, we own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live, we know it. It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sipping dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire above me. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got leader. I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, telling my family is proud. Running up right and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk rock, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. We just make jams, till I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
Nice. Alright, go. Stop first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift. My name is AJ and I'm the Mustachio, together with the one and only Contra here to bring you all of the action. Contra, my man, welcome.
Thank you so much, AJ Mustachio. And, well, of course, in the opening game itself, it will be pretty much interesting. And, yeah, I do notice that I did mess up your name a little bit. Apologies on that. But it's definitely great to be back here on Wild Rift, as it's been quite some time since I casted any League of Legends, and now moving it towards a mobile platform, it's accessible to anybody out there. Of course, thank you guys for tuning in, as we'll be having 2 more teams to qualify into the group stages. So today will be especially important, and for those of you who are going to be celebrating Ramadan out there, of course, later on, who knows, you guys could also open up your meals with the Maggie Hot Cup. So thank you to all of our official tournament partners, Maggie, Yudu, as well as JBL. And of course, before that, we'll definitely open up the show here by introducing you guys here with the format video.
Well, it's okay. I wanted to say something, but we'll catch you guys after this video.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
And that is the ESL Mobile Open, and of course, AJ, you wanted to say something right here.
I did, my friend. I did, right? So a lot of people watched that video and they came and asked me, right? So, Mustachio, we watched that whole video, but what does it mean, bro? Well, it actually falls back to what you were talking about earlier, Contra, how mobile games are just so accessible to everyone. And that's exactly what ESL is doing with competitions as well. ESL wants to make everyone within the community they just want to make that process to access the pro stuff a little bit easier for you to feel like, you can be a part of a community championship. And this is what the Mobile Open is, Contra. You can set up a group with your friends anytime that you know that the Mobile Open is running with ESL and jump in and see if or not you can take on one of those pro squads. Because for all you know, Contra, some of them out there are just undiscovered and they might be able to just tap out some of these teams in here. Linkx Esports, as they take on Impact in the semifinals of match 1, will later on go on to meet the winners of Insomniax as well as Team Rida. But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the group stages will not be held today. For today, we will just be seeing these two series. Which one of the two are you looking forward to more, Contra? Can I know?
Well, I gotta say that there are familiar names in the scene that's participating, and in Linkx Esports, we have Emotion as well as Rojak. So these guys, they have been playing quite a number of competitions, not only in Malaysia, it regionally back in the past as well when they were playing in the PC counterpart itself. So that'll be pretty much exciting. We'll be playing on the best of 5 format for today, as the first matchup will be between Linkx Esports versus Impact. Later on, Insomniax will take on Team Rida, like you mentioned early on. So these teams, we also see quite a number of new names out there that's trying to prove a name for themselves. And of course, like you mentioned, this opens up so much opportunity to find perhaps the new Faker in the mobile scene.
Will we find that person, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We might just do that today. And for all of you wondering why in the world is the gap between the two series a little longer than usual, it is because, that's just to give our Muslim brothers and sisters a little bit of a time to book up Puasa later on today at about 7:20 p.m. So, fingers crossed, Linkx, takes on Impact and that match ends a little bit before 7:20. Do you have a favorite pick between the two, though, Contra?
Well, it's really hard to tell because we've seen quite a number of upsets coming into the Open Qualifiers, and even big names out there, they get shut down from time to time, not knowing what exactly to expect, especially with all these new patch coming up. It's all about adaptability, whether or not are they using all these new formulas. And of course, we've seen quite a number of all these hot picks out there, being Kaisa, Akali. If you take that out of the equation, maybe it might just actually affect some of the teams that are more comfortable. Over on Linkx Esports, we've got Emotion, Rojak, Kato, 69, as well as Black Cat. So keep your eyes on Emotion, because Emotion was part of Vijaya Dragons, one of the top teams here hailing from Malaysia.
And no doubt at all that Rojak Kato 69 as well as Black Cat will be able to keep up with Emotion, because we've already seen a Linkx go in here to qualify for this stage and they were relentless. I don't think they're gonna allow Impact to stand in their way. But then again, Impact does come up with a strong lineup of their own as well. In the last game, they took the win 28-22. Enma, Waka Waka, Tutong, as well as Azarisk and Knife will be stepping into the rift to represent Impact. I don't know about you, Contra, but I think Impact might just have a slight edge over Linkx in here, only because of Waka Waka. I just love his name, man.
Well, I love all their names, in fact, and these are apparently new names that I'm not too familiar with, unfortunately. But it's definitely an open book for them to contest some of the big guys out there that's been playing either on the PC or new towards the mobile Wild Rift. So that definitely will be a lot more interesting because you mentioned that's a big stop before they hit in towards the semifinals. Like 27 kills out there is pretty astounding, I gotta say. So with that, we also have another lineup later on that we'll be showcasing to you guys on our second batch. And of course, let's get focused towards these players coming from Impact as well as Linkx, because I want to talk about Linkx a little bit more. Emotion as a player. Yes, previously he was in Bajara Dragons. Now playing for Linkx is going to be pretty much interesting because Rojak has also been in the scene when it comes down to the mobile esports titles, and I believe it's been years since we've seen him compete. So now that these are players that comes back to the scene after a long hiatus from the competitive scene, it's all about making sure that they polish their name once more, and they will be trying to do their best to head into the global stages itself. So Mustachio, you were casting some of the matches previously, and we've already got so many great names that will be joining in the group stages out there, and today we'll crown 2 more.
Oh, absolutely, man. And the emotions will be heightened. I mean, to that point as well, speaking of emotions, right? You want to know what impacts emotions the most, Contra? They say music. Music really has a way to impact emotions. And if you want to chill back to some music, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what better way than to do that with some JBL headphones? And where can you get them? None other than JBL.com.my, because the Quantum series is here. And just like how you go into those Wild Rift matches and you scale little by little, that's exactly what JBL has been doing all these years, improving and perfecting the quality of their audio. And not just that, my friend, we also get 5 gigabytes from Udo, Contra.
That's right. This is one of the first ever customizable mobile plan out there, as you guys can scan that QR code right on the screen right down here, and you can get yourself 5 GB worth of data for free. So make sure you guys claim that, or you guys could also head over to the website down below because you guys do it better.
And don't forget though, I mean, our main sponsor, our biggest partner, Maggie Hot Cup, dude. At times like this, Contra, I just wish I could eat on set whilst working, man. Wouldn't that be just nice? Because it's raining outside as well. What better dish or what better meal to have than a Maggie Hot Cup in your hand when it's raining out there, man?
That's right, and it's about to rain in my place right here, and thank goodness we also get to, of course, practice social distancing while being at the comfort of our own homes here. So I hope that the games will be as spicy as our Maggie Hot Cup. So if you guys want to open up your meals for Buka Puasa, this is where you guys can grab yourself one wherever you guys have convenience stores. And our first match will start off with the first game out of this best of 5 between Linkx Esports versus Impact. So, of course, setting the bar straight. You mentioned about some of these results that come in from the side of Impact being very much impactful with some really high kill volumes. We've seen some games coming out from the side of Linkx Esports as well, as much as they don't have a clear-cut scoreline or, better yet, high KDA ratio, but I gotta say that I've been watching some of these matches, and I've been talking to some of the players in the scene as well. These guys definitely aren't any pushovers, and just looking at some of the picks that they have brought up, such as the Galio, as well as the Kaisa, and even Rojak playing on the Lee Sin, you know that they are pretty much flexible when it comes down to picks. So does Impact, who might just be contesting the same pick as we see him go on the Lee Sin, albeit not really having maybe the highest scores there.
Well, let's see if or not that does happen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because when we come back from the break, it will be your bans and picks. Well, Contra, we'll catch each other in a bit, and let's see if that comes true, man, with the Lee Sin.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up. It's just the way we live. We want it. 'Cause up we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast for you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast for you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast for you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast for you. Fast for you. I tell you the truth. I'm fast for you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, as this is the ESL Mobile Open presenting LOL Wild Rift 5-on-5 Icon Series Summer Season Cup. And of course, my name's Contra. This is the Mustachio AJ joining alongside of me as your shoutcasters for today. So we'll crown another 2 winners by the end of this best of 5s, as they will be making it in towards the group stage. So of course, things are about to get very much spicy. Well, you guys can of course open up Buka session here with the Maggie Hot Cups. And of course, thanks to our official tournament partners, also Yudu alongside with JBL. So Mustachio, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some expectation on the line. So who is it going to be that will be taking our very first matchup?
Well, just like you've mentioned, right? So emotions definitely one to look out for. It would be quite a disappointment if Linkx doesn't make it through to the next round. But then again, Impact, this is the opportunity that they've had. And this is what we're talking about when it comes to ESL Mobile. You as a team, you get to, manufacture your own squad, step into the field, step into the rift, and take it up against these pro teams or players who used to be in pro teams. And this is the way it has to go. Contra. I wonder if Impact can pull anything away. Let's take a quick look at the bans first, though, buddy.
That's right, and we start off here with the Lee Sin as well as the Vi ban, and it's aiming at the junglers of Linkx Esports, and they understand that Rojak has been a veteran player out there, and they don't really want so much pressure coming in across each one of these lanes. So that's definitely a little bit more sensible. While over on the side of Linkx Esports, they targeted pretty much the flexible picks coming in with the Galio as well as Akali, and the first pick being Enma on that Garen. So this is definitely something that we do expect from time to time, as Garen has been pretty much an indestructible force coming into the Baron lane.
I went into practice and that Garen keeps crushing me, man. I hate Garen. If there's any champion in the game that I do not like going up against Contra, it has to be Garen, man. But then again, I am still a baby at the Rift. I will get owned by many other champions out there. Graga's getting picked by Emotion, though, and Roja is not really, staggering at all. He goes in here with the Braum pick, dropping in as a support, though.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's definitely a really strong pick coming in towards the first half of the picks and bans, or should I say the entirety of the picks and bans, as they've already locked in the Alistar. The only better pick coming into that is to, of course, bring the Braum alongside with the Kai'Sa eventually, and we do see even the Wukong to actually go in for a proper setup coming into team fights, as he could just cycle his way through, knocking anybody on his tracks. Now, what's really interesting to note is also to see a Darius coming online for the side of Impact. So, where is this Garen's going to go? Is it a mid lane Garen? Most likely the case, I believe. So, that is definitely going to be setting up some interesting meta heading in towards the ESL Open right here for the CICon series. So, other than that, Dr. Mundo has been a really strong pick, especially when the buff has came right in for the Sunfire force. And when you stack it with his skills, you could just let it rip, burn anything on your tracks when it comes down to jungle camps or even securing some of all these main objectives or kills. So with that, I believe that we've already got this one set, as Impact instead will be taking that Kai'Sa from the side of Linkx Esports. So definitely something that is interesting to watch. Now, we've already seen some swaps, and Darius, instead of going towards the Baron lane, he's going to be playing the mid lane. So, yeah, I really wonder what could they possibly pull up, as this will be pretty much our Game 1's draft. So, once you've actually looked into all these picks, how do you feel this favors either side?
I think Linkx definitely has the stronger side, man. Just like, because when you take a look at what Roja went with at the end of the day, yes, his champ got nerfed a little bit, but I don't think that those nerfs mean much at all, right? Because that little axe-wielding jungler is still going to go around slaying, because the items got buffed very recently for them as well. So I think the 2.2, buffs that came in for him recently, it's something that Roja is going to be playing well with, man. Those buffs and those, those... I lost my train of thought, Contra, but you know where I'm going with this, man. Roja is definitely going to smash it, and that's exactly what Impact needs to look at. Can they stop Roja and the jungler? Can they go in there for a few ganks early in the game? I don't know. Let's take a quick look and find out. Tutong on the Wukong, though. I like that twist.
Okay, that seems to be pretty much a good way to start off with. So Tutong, he's going to be holding on towards the Baron lane, thankfully, as I do expect that. But we do see a triple threat coming in towards the mid lane here as they are pushing towards the red buff as well. There will be an invade coming in towards the jungle while Emotion is flushing the Garen all the way back. I really do wonder what's happening right down there.
Yeah, Emotion definitely knew it was his, engage to go in there. And I really wonder what is Impact doing, because these are really, really early engagements that I did not expect to come in. But Linkx, they will sweep it up if you give them the opportunity. Black Cat as well as 69, they will hold the mid really, really well, as Emotion continuously is taunted by Enma, pulling Emotion in, trying to play with his feelings a little bit as well. But of course, Emotion's not going to fall for it, man. Like you pointed out, Contra, the experience from the pro scene is going to keep him away. How will Enma keep up with him?
Yeah, and I definitely was pretty much interested in what went down towards the early invade, because initially they set up a pretty good plan to shove in the mid wave, and after that hit in for the red buff, but instead losing one man right off the bat is definitely not a great start. As you can see right now, Rojak is pretty much on level 2, as he's already got pretty much the scuttle secured on towards the bottom side of the river, but there's a lot of priority coming in towards the mid lane here. As you can see, there's so much spacing for the likes of Linkx Esports to farm up, but there is a dive setting up on towards the top side.
Well, Emotion coming in once again, but it's a 2-on-1. Enma, he can come in for the backup, the team fight. I mean, just the opportunity for the team fight will scare away Linkx from that engage. I don't think they want any piece of Impact so early in the game. And we will continue just with our early game farms here.
That's right, and it seems to me that this current meta in the Wild Rift has been relatively focused on lane swaps in particular. So having two members set up in towards the mid side, it definitely makes it a lot more difficult for the enemy jungler to, of course, set up an engagement to pick off your AD carrier, or some say the marksman, right? And at the bottom side of the map, you can definitely see this Darius will be able to just try his best to hold up, but Kato can land as much pokes possible, and if he were to move right in, easily Kato could just go in for the Spirit Rush, and seems like the Dr. Mundus has already got himself in place. This might just be a perfect bang, and that's going to be an explosive cast that will be dropping by, and Emma, with a slither health left, he will eventually go down in the hands of Roja.
And it is Roja the one to get it done. Dr. Mundo, I mean, he just ravages through the jungle, buffs himself up, comes in there for the very last minute interfere, and he gets it, man. Dr. Mundo, like we talked about, Contra, we need to stay on a lookout for Roja here, and if they don't keep an eye on him, he can just kind of juggle through them all through the end of the game.
That's right, and this is the strength of the Dr. Mundo right now, and many of them have been having pretty much certain difficulties to not only contest him in the jungle, but in terms of clearing speed, he could easily ramp up, and you can see he was one level down when we first started off, and now he is pretty much back on track, level 6 on both sides of the jungler, and there will be a little bit of contest coming into the riverside as Rojak tries to clear as much vision as possible. Now, over the mid lane here, we still see a little bit of a push and shove, but none of them actually overcommitting. Emotion will be moving right in, but then again, they will try not to soak in way too much damage, while Rojak just throws as much cleavers as possible. So those back and forths not really resulting to much, but with the challenge of the first strike here, something might just come up.
Yeah, I mean, Linkx, they are doing just enough, right? And in fact, they're just playing this a little bit too carefully, and you can't blame them. You go in there for the push, and here we go, Contra.
Oh boy, the beautiful pulverize in towards all the knockups here, and you can see Kanto is trying to make a run, and he Spirit Rush aside to get back into safety. Great re-engagement coming from the side of Linkx Esports as they are looking for a pick, and there it goes, the Gragas dives hit first, and Waka Waka needs to find his way out. Over the back, we still have Arctic trying to do his best to fend off members of the side of Linkx Esports. As you can see, kills after kills, and it's pretty much a bloodbath on both ends with two members of Impact walking live.
Talk about playing the game of patience right now. Impact held back Linkx. They were so aggressive, chasing them away from that mid lane, man. They really wanted that dragon. But at the end of the day, ladies, German boys and girls, the kills will come in and fall in the hands of Impact a little bit more. Now, Mundo on the approach for the Drake once again, but he has Wukong in the vicinity as well. And this team fight might just break out once again. Contra, but not for long though. In 4 seconds, something else is gonna happen on that map. Is that gonna force a split? Let's see exactly how these squads take it.
I'm not really liking the position of the side of Linkx right now. Well, actually on the opposing side, I'm getting a little bit confused with names. Impact. They're falling back a little bit, and they might actually lose this streak if they do not initiate right now. They send Knife to actually soak some damage and, of course, find an opening pick. And here we go. A pulverize comes through as he tries to open up the unbreakable will. Tutong's going to be coming right in, but Linkx still secures the Drake. Now they're chasing over in motion, and the kill instinct does connect, but there will be a flash, and the fight's still continuing with Kanto
they can't afford to continue engaging in this way. Contra, Enma almost slain, and Tutong comes in for the backup, but he's gonna get taken out shortly as well, ladies and German boys and girls. The team, Linkx Esports, just too strong, just too good, and Enma on that backup right now has to pull out of there, but no chance whatsoever as Linkx just wipes the rift clean of the players, but no ace just yet though. Just enough for the players of Impact to fall back. But what a great comeback there, Contra.
Yeah, I gotta say that the recovery is pretty much well thought out coming from the side of Impact. As much as they lose the Drake, they want to force the fight, but then again, they lost a lot more than they could actually chew on, and you can see right now, Linkx Esports, they're already ahead by 2k goal lead, and Knife is walking towards a very dangerous territory. As much as they want to secure the scuttle, this will go in the hands of Rida eventually. Now they're going to be opening up with the Rift Herald up for grabs. So with that, let's see what's the response coming in from the side of Impact, as this is dropping pretty low. I think they're just going to be giving this one away. So the Rift Herald pretty much going to be forcing Impact to make a move.
And that was the point where you were confused what was going on in mid earlier, right? I really thought Impact was just going to go in and focus on the Rift Herald, leaving the Drake to Linkx Esports, but instead they went in there and forced the push. Ladies and German boys and girls, it will break out once again, but Linkx Esports is just on the slay. Waka Waka almost taken down, Roger on the push, and it's a killing spree that befalls them. None of them can stand up, and if they continue playing in this way, I believe Linkx Esports is going to just barrel roll all over them.
Indeed, and you can see immediately it goes in for the Cyclone as they go on and engage, having members dropping low as he will pop that Guardian Angels. So with that, I guess Impact only loses a turret, and they need to play catch up from this point onwards, and they lost so much pressure off the map by not having the mid lane being intact. So I guess they have to find ways to, of course, push on towards the side lanes, which was definitely well done from Tutong. While they're actually going for a full rush on towards mid from the side of Linkx Esports, Tutong has been able to take down the very first turret from the bottom side.
Okay, now Tutong, he can continue to make that impact in the game, ladies, German boys and girls, but keep an eye on the mid lane. They're almost losing their second turret. Impact is not really happy with the situation that they have fallen at the moment. Enma, Castro, it's a 2-on-1 situation. Roja here with the backup as well, and make that a 3-on-1 as Black Cat tries to gank Enma as well, and he should be able to catch him off guard. Enma, who has got no other choice but Waka Waka in for that backup. Enma should get sliced away, manages to flash out of the situation, and here comes the team fight that we all want.
Yeah, I believe that there's a little bit spacing being created, so LE, they are taking things one step at a time. As you can see, members side of Impact has already soaked in way too much damage in less than 30 seconds from now. There's going to be another Drake in the form of Mountain that will be spawning real soon. So with that, members from the side of Impact can actually take the time to recuperate, and of course, with a reset, maybe they can still contest for that. While from the side of Linkx Esports, They are having the Gragas splitting out towards the top side. Emotion won't be challenged anytime soon, and definitely if Bad Garen wants to come right in, it's gonna be pretty much a standstill. So for now, Knife playing a little bit of wards, and the rest of LE, they're moving in.
Yeah, I don't know what sort of a standstill though, Contra, because the way things are looking, Impact with every single second that passes, the comeback just seems more and more impossible. Tutong being pushed back. This is the mid lane push coming in from the players of Linkx Esports, and it looks like it's just so perfect at the moment. They will go in for the Drake as well, and the Mountain Drake should get slain in a few seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will the steal come true? No, it does not, as it is Dr. Mundo that gets that final hit, and they will go in rampaging once again, Contra.
Oh boy, and it will be an ace coming out of Linkx Esports, and none of these guys from Impact stands a chance. This definitely will be a Baron call to make it slightly easier for the likes of Linkx. So, just to recap on what really went on, I guess Impact was a little bit way too late. You know, the moment that they dove right in, the health of the Drake was pretty much on less than a quarter, and after that they were just forced to take that fight head on. And in terms of positioning, I just didn't really like the fact that, you know, yes, you have the Alistar that can soak in a little bit, Tutong as well as Edma. Once they dive in, they got no escape whatsoever. So this draft, as much as it's experimental, I don't really feel that this is the best way to go heading in towards maybe game 2. As you can see, some of the items being bought here much early on. We got pretty much the Trinity Forest being set up for the Darius. Meanwhile, BOTRK as well as IE coming out of the Kaisa. She's gonna be the main damage dealer. So what Impact needs to do is to keep herself alive, and with this 2-1-2 split coming up across the map, members of Impact needs to respond.
Well, they go in here with that split push just to pull away those players, and then mid is just wide open. Linkx Esports in with all of the pressure, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and there's nothing that Impact can get done about it. Knife comes in here for that push, but gets stunned, and it is just not enough. Waka Waka caught between two players, and it's gonna be an easy takedown for the players of Linkx Esports, and they will have to back away, Contra, as they have been doing throughout the whole game. The pressure that comes in from Linkx just way too strong.
Yeah, I definitely love the front line offense coming out of Linkx, as Rojak seems to be pretty much unstoppable at this point of time. You can commit whatever damage output that you want towards this Dr. Mundo. Yeah. He's not gonna go down, and you can definitely see right now, I stand corrected, as you have Aaron having pretty much the executioning move, dunking him out, and even with that, just look across the map, Linkx Esports totally shutting them off, not giving any chance at all. Explosive cast pops up, and that will be it. Another kill going towards Emotion.
And Emotion just walks away with a smile on his face, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But the emotion in his heart just way bigger than that, right? Look at it, Linkx Esports. They take this game with so much of confidence, so much of domination from the get-go, Contra. And they've got full-on map control. All Impact can do is just focus on how they can defend. And apart from defending the Nexus, there's nothing else that they can do. They can't even go on the offensive anymore.
Man, just look at the stats right now. Emotion is 8-1, and this guy is absolutely stacked. He's got the Bass up, he's got the Sunfire like we speak of, and of course, if situation gets worse from any point in time, he can actually teleport into any of these team fights as he brings a little bit more pressure. 3 members from the side of Impact chasing him down, but even if he goes down, it doesn't really matter all too much. Yep, a little bit of a shutdown goal, and just look at him, he's still surviving as he crashes away. My goodness! What? How did he pull this one out?
I have no idea. Is it just the absolute prowess of the technical ability in the game? Or are the players of Impact just not measuring up to just this one guy? Emotion, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Emotionless as he walks through the map, as the players from his squad slay Drake after Drake. No dragon can stand in their way. No team can stand in their way. No team can make a Impact big enough to make them take a pause. And quite frankly, Contra, they can finish it off. They're just toying around with Impact right now.
Yeah, I can definitely see that as we are going into battle number 2 for Linkx Esports, and I don't think that Impact has any point of contest right now unless Cyclone can actually hit most of these members, and it's all down to Waka Waka to move right in. Perfect one as he knocks everybody up in the air. Glacial Fish are being popped as well as this fight splits onto 2. Waka Waka now going off for the GA revival, but he's being left out all alone. A perfect coordination coming out of Linkx Esports.
How do you go into that? Okay, wait, first of all, fair enough. Impact just wasn't good. They weren't stacked. Their items just weren't there to provide them those buffs, to provide them the support that they needed to take that fight, to take the team fight against Linkx Esports. But fair enough, they went in there for that try, right? But Linkx, man, the way they move, the way they managed to tank that that blow up as well, and then still stand with all 5 players and take this victory. Absolute perfection of a win at the Red Contra.
That's right, and you can see how well coordinated Linkx is to take them on every single one of these fights, and they were ahead from the get-go. Yes, that was a little bit of a hiccup coming into the jungle in the early phase of the game, but the recovery was perfectly executed as they focus a whole lot on towards all these objectives. Let's have a look into some of these stats here that we do have, and Emotion, definitely the MVP. We saw a 1 versus 3, and he still makes it out alive. So it tells you so much about this guy that I've been hyping up even before we begin some of these matches here. Coming up with mostly tank items here. We got the Icebond Gauntlet, Abyssal Mass, as well as Sunfire Aegis being set up. Meanwhile, over on the side of Impact, you can definitely see that a lot of all these champions that they've selected is on a melee sort of matchup. So I felt that definitely this was a big disadvantage. They need to fight the side of Linkx with a little bit more mobility at the very least, especially when it's a Darius versus Ari matchup. Now let's check out some of these stats as well in terms of damage.
Emotion there with the 21,000 damage, but nowhere near 69 with a 29k massive blow up. Then again, it's not something that you that would surprise you now, is that because of the character pick itself, right, Contra, with such massive area damage that he can blow up. 69 was absolutely merciless in there.
Exactly, and he just went diving in with the package as well. Yes, we may not have any much of a glimpse of how 69 executes in terms of 1v1 matchups, but then again, in team fights, he has been able to dish them out with barrages of all these missiles sent towards the lines of Impact. So with that, I felt that the draft can be improved coming from Impact, because in terms of scaling, it doesn't seem like it works well. They were bagging on towards more of a late game composition with very much expensive items to be purchased by either the Garen, either Kaisa, or even the likes of Darius to be put into its great effect. But over on the side of Linkx Esports, they got it all pretty much well thought out, a perfect balance in between, and coming down towards team fights, they played the better game.
Oh, they definitely played the better game, man. I mean, from the draft picks, from the bans that they went in with, we clearly can see that Linkx was just so solid in this match. And to think that their opponents were not really ready for this matchup against them, I do know it's a little sad, because Impact obviously, they prepared a lot, man. But sometimes a squad is just out of reach, and that's exactly what Linkx has shown. But You know, just like what we've discussed in the past, right, Contra, the draft picks really can change the face of the game. As we come back into match number 2, will Impact be able to take away some lessons from game number 1? Because, you know, Emotion as well as Rojat, that combo really taught them a lot. That Corky with 69 as well put on that torture within those team fights. They need to not go in there with those team engagements anymore. Although, to a certain degree, I don't know if they can avoid it at the Rift.
Exactly, and with that, we'll definitely see perhaps a little bit of a change-up coming in towards Game 2 as we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, more action to come.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky itulah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara cepat telah pun tiba Siang telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's different dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up in. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up in. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up in. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off or I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own I stop caring, cause they keep telling me. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up in. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky itulah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara cepat telah pun tiba Siang telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the ESL Mobile Open with the League of Legends Wild Rift. My name is AJ and I am the Mustachio, together with the one and only Contra, bringing you all of the best action from today. And thus far, Linkx has kind of showed us that if there's anything that you're looking for in Wild Rift, look towards their end, right? Because Impact didn't really make that big of an impact, Contra.
Well, I gotta say that their early game effort is definitely commendable, where they did try to contest towards some of the early Drakes, but then again, I felt like some of these fights were pretty much over before it even begun, per se, because there's no point throwing all your bodies on the enemy side when they've already secured some of the objectives, and as much as they were trying to trade off, eventually they were on the losing end, and it's a better scalability coming in from the side of Linkx Esports, as they have fielded the Corki as well as the Ori. Meanwhile, they can easily reposition. As for the likes of Impact, they have so little mobility that once the Garen as well as the Darius goes in, there's no way out possible, and there wasn't exactly somebody out there that was actually defending the Kai'Sa. So I really hope to see a little bit more improvements coming into this game number 2 that we're about to hit, and before, of course, going to even more post-game stats. Now, speaking of which, to also talk about the side of Linkx Esports, they weren't all too clean when it comes down to some of these fights either ways. So maybe something that Impact can look towards is to apply a little bit more pressure across the map, because that's where I don't really see that happening in the mid-game onwards, and that's where they fall off.
Yeah, and now they've got to worry about 3 different things, right? Because how do they focus? Because if there was one specific player that was, giving you the most amount of trouble, you can kind of go in there, make sure they don't get to scale, hopefully at the start of the game later on. But in here, you've got to worry about Emotion Roja as well as 69 all at the same time, Contra. How does Impact even think about taking this against them?
Yeah, and of course, we look at the recap right here, as we can see, LE, they know how to actually split their forces and eventually recuperate, and with the body slam to set things up to speed, you can see this definitely went back and forth, but Artis, he was in pretty much a good position to secure quite a number of kills, and with that, Impact has walked away with a little bit of a head start, but after that, another contest back into the Drake did really seem to have worked in their favor once more. As you can see, Emotion, as he flashes away, it was pretty much a choke point that they're walking in towards, and yeah, absolutely no escape from there onwards.
No escape at all, right? And the players from Impact did not see that coming, and that's what, surprised me the most, because the way they were playing it, so carefully at the start, kind of gave me that confidence that they knew exactly what they were doing. And although, yes, one could argue they did know exactly what they were doing, Linkx was just a little too fast, a little too strong throughout the way, man. I mean, even at the top lane, they kind of just gave up on the top lane and then went in and focused down on the mid, because that's exactly... They played into Linkx's game at the end of the day.
Yeah, and once the Baron has commenced, this is where they try to pull up some valiant efforts here, especially with Waka Waka diving head first, because he does have the GA up available. But look at them once again. Their forces pretty much split up, and with this ace, it's pretty much over from then onward. So with that,
they literally
I just
got
felt
3 Barons. 3 Barons, the Rift Herald, 3 Drakes,
2.
The Rift Herald as well, if they get 3 Barons, right? And then went in there for the Baron as well. And if it wasn't already over at the 3rd Drake, the Baron was the finisher. But even at that point, right, we could see that, Linkx didn't really want to go in for the, all-out annihilation. They wanted to play it easy on that game as well. They were going in with their own experiments. Let's see if or not, Impact can kind of, close down all of these areas that they could have maybe avoided in the first place with the draft pick as we go into match number 2, Contra.
That's right, and that Baron setup definitely was pretty much a big bait coming out of the side of Linkx X, where they fell for it and eventually needing to finish off what they started with the forces separated. I felt that it was quite an easy opening at the very least for Linkx to just shut them down one after another. So just a little bit of the micromanagement would be able to
Yeah.
put them back on track. But then again, who's to say? When we went into its draft number 1, we saw a heavy focus on towards Rojak. So this is another angle that I'm looking at, that somebody has to stop emotions as well. He's becoming pretty much uncontrollable with this gigantic Gragas always being upfront in your face, and that's how you should play him. And there's no other way around. They even sent 3 members to deal with him, even when they shouldn't. And with that, I guess they gotta set their priorities straight. So, Mustachio, I guess when we come back, we'll be ready for game number 2.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba, Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba, Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, welcome to all of you guys who are tuning in currently to the ESL Mobile Open presenting League of Legends Wild Rift 5 Icon Series Summer Season Cup. So my name is Contra. This is the Mustachio AJ joining here as we are casting from our humble abode. And of course, thank you to our official tournament partners, Maggie, Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. So Game 1 has concluded as we saw the likes of Linkx taking the lead as we will be moving into Game 2 shortly.
Do you think that a 3-0 is a possibility here, Contra, based on what we've seen thus far?
Well, if they are going at this same pacing, I felt that is definitely a high possibility, but I don't really expect Impact to go down without a fight, as that was pretty much them testing waters, and with the survey approach coming towards the picks and bans, it wasn't exactly of a high effectiveness when it comes down to how they really want to play out that draft, where they took, two fighters into, well, a balanced composition. I don't know what to say. That oddly works out in competitive.
Well, let's see if or not, that was truly a test, or that's just how these guys roll, right? Because as we move into match number 2, they clearly want to make some changes in here. And they not only want to make changes in their own game style, the changes that they need to make here needs to respond accordingly to what Linkx has shown them already. And Linkx has already shown them that they rotate amazing, they attack really well, you get into those team engagements with them, and you better be ready when you do get in, because it's very clear that their communication is spot on. They back away, they lure the enemies into those, those tight little corners, as if they're just moving as one entity. And that's what I am most afraid of, Contra, in terms of, for the players of Impact, whether or not they can keep that up. And obviously, their draft picks will be able to kind of point us in that direction. The AD carry for Linkx will definitely want to be the disher of damage once again. And let's see if or not 69 will be given that space to do that once again.
Indeed, and with that, I believe that with changes being very much necessary, Impact has been relying a whole lot on Waka Waka, as well as, I believe, Azris, especially when he's playing onto the Kaisa. He's already got that priority pick, but they didn't manage to get him up ahead. So for the jungling side, yes, you come in with a Wukong, you can possibly go in for some really good dive once you've got Cyclone available, but heading towards Game 2 is pretty much a reset, as we'll dive right into Game 2's picks and bans. So let's start off as this time around, LE, they are on the blue side and Impact on the red.
Oh, there you go. And the bans will come in here first. Oh, dude, can we not have Maggie sponsor these? I get so hungry every time I see Maggie Hot Cup, bro.
Well, definitely we can get ourselves one. Hey, it cooks in a very short time, right? So maybe on the break. But then again, we got to focus on our match, because we've already got Akali as well as the Corki ban away from the hands of Impact. And to top things off, we've got the Braum as well as Lee Sin being removed from play. So Emotion will be able to go in for the first pick, Galio.
Ooh, okay, now Galio, he should be able to go in there for the crowd control, and looks like the picks coming in from Linkx. Oh, sorry, we seem to have switched. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I really thought that, this was going to be a pick coming in from Impact to prevent those team fights and, just to kick them away, but looks like that's not going to be happening. And Galio, more team fights galore coming in from Linkx, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a better setup when you have the Gragas in the hands of Impact, as you can definitely chain CC the enemy side. And Yana, out of all the supports, is going to be coming right in. So it's really important for the Gragas to land a perfect explosive cast to displace any Monsoon. So I believe that, there's going to be pretty much a change of pace, especially when you bring in the Azrael. So once again, the trend when it comes down to all these marksmen is that it's supposed to have a little bit of mobility in your kit, just in case if they were to get into sticky situations.
Okay. Now, I'm most curious as to what 69 is going to pick this time around, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And interestingly, it could be a Corki once again, It could be a Corki once again, but most probably Black Cat would be picking that up 69. I don't think they want to show us exactly what 69 picks up immediately, but Jinx coming in here for the side of Impact. And this is going to give them a little bit more of a power with the ADC, man.
That's right, and both sides have already selected their marksmen, so that's going to be pretty much A-okay. What's left available for the side of Linkx is the Olaf. So Olaf could easily run them down. As we talk about the chain crowd control, with the Ragnarok, it makes it so possible for them to dive all the way towards the back line, and with the Jarvan also making sure that nobody escapes with the Cataclysm. Now, it also means that Linkx Esports, once they get in towards team fights, they will have to heavily commit onto that. So this is where Kato, he needs to pull off a good heroic entrance to just shut out some of these members of Team Impact. So I believe that both sides now showing a better drafting compared to game number 1.
Better drafting for sure, but the fact that Linkx just wants to continuously go in there for those team engagements makes me worry for Impact a little bit more. But like you said, Contra, their draft is so much better the second time round. Maybe it is true. Maybe they just wanted to go in there with an experiment. For all you know, they could have been just trying to throw the players of Linkx off guard. Will we see the comeback in game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Seems much, much more possible now.
Right, and of course we're gonna be getting ourselves ready for game number 2 to start things off. And speaking of which, when we look into the comparison of the jungles in particular of Wukong versus say a Jarvan, I definitely do favor the Jarvan side a whole lot more, and we'll definitely be looking at what goes down inside of Rift as we move into game 2 here in the C Icon Series M1. Linkx Esports now hits on towards blue side, and Emotion immediately drops in a ward, but members of the side of Impact, they're not even moving out of their very own jungle, and once again, pretty much a 3-man setup towards mid lane.
Enma saw that coming already. Goes in there for the push straight up at the get-go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And once again, like we saw earlier, it looks like the mid lane is gonna be very heavily guarded early in here, but not by Linkx. It is by Impact. They want to show that they can come in for the fight here.
That's right, and they were trying to just cause a little bit of disruption into the Red Bamboo Black side. But then again, Linkx Esports have been able to clear that up pretty much quickly, as Kaido has struggled a tad bit as he will be going back towards his own blue buff. And note for the fact that the blue does have a little bit of a higher armor, so it does take quite a while for him to just ensure that he gets to level 2. And you can see right now, Rojak is pretty much up ahead. He can actually go in for a setup now, already at the river, chasing down afterwards the Rakan.
Tutong almost getting taken down there, but Knife will come back right up for the support. And I don't think, neither one is going to be making any mistakes early in the game, but both want to play this aggressive as Emotion goes in for the engage. Enma backs away. Smart move coming in, but Emotion might be able to get the takedown here.
That's right, and Emotion could easily just out-sustain, and the lower the health that Emotion has on this Olaf, of course, it comes with higher lifesteal as well as attack speed, so this is definitely in dangerous territories here, but the taunt is beautiful as Kaido walks away, giving out a clone, and forces a flash away from Rojak, so I guess it's a worthy trade at the very least. But then again, no man gets taken down, so that's good news for either side.
It's still going to be a mid push here. Galio on the defense, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Not going to be moving away from turret number 1. Backs away for just a little bit. Roja in with the slay. Gets his blue buff real quick up here first, just to prepare in for the battle that is impending. As they go in here for the push, though, it seems like, Linkx, they are not as aggressive as they were earlier. And that's only because Impact is showing that they can fend them off.
And not only that, we just see a very good coordination when it comes down to the supports, as they have been able to just, rotate across the map. Now, it's going to be something a little bit more of a casual farming for the mid lane Jinx over on the side of Azris, while even in traditional PC League of Legends, we've seen the meta where Ziggs can also hold up against all these marksmen over on towards the dual lane right here. So just like doing a little bit of exchange from far range is not going to be risking themselves all too much, as things are going on a slower pace. Good shots coming out of the side of 69 to pull down some health out of Naive.
I am worried though, because the aggro of the minions are controlled very, very well by Linkx Esports, and Impact, all they can do and all they have been doing down here the Dragon lane, they have just been defending from the get-go, Contra. And if they don't start pushing upwards, this might just spell out trouble, because the pressure that Black Cat as well as 69 has been placing is immense from the get-go.
That's right, and speaking of which, this actually opens up so much areas of play for the side of Linkx, and of course already having pretty much the squares up to just clear up some of the wards. This will be pretty much open for the taking, but they have to be careful because Wukong is still somewhere along the mid lane, as there will be perhaps a little bit of contest, push and pull, but let's see what happens here.
Yep, there you go. And they finally come in here for the engage. Kaido's going to be in a little bit of a trouble, and it is going to be a chase all the way to the end by Naive. But Emotion will come back in there. Naive almost taken down. It's a 2-on-1 situation, and Emotion will get slain off the get-go. Black Cat coming in there for the support, but unable to make much of an impact in that fight there, Contra.
Goodness gracious, did you just look at how aggressive this Olaf went so ham onto the enemy side? And with that, I guess it will still be pretty much a 50-50 when it comes down to this very initial Drake. The Ocean Drake does help a whole lot when it comes down to giving themselves a little bit of an Omni-Vamp when it comes down to team fights. But they understand that this is not really the point of time to contest, and 69 easily arcane shifts away as much as they want to take him on. Now, arcane shifts already down, so if they were to re-engage, this might just be good news. But Rojaf, he's on the river alongside with Galio, so here's where they are trying to shove away and take down more of these health coming from the members of Impact.
And so far, this is what I've realized about Impact, right? They're really careful around Linkx Esports, and they wait for these engagements of those Drakes just to come in there for that gank, and they might just be able to get this Contra.
Oh my goodness, a beautiful detonation. And here comes the Monsoon just to heal themselves up, and it's going to be a steal coming out of Impact as they try to make an escape, but the rest of the members of Linkx Esports, they're trying to hunt them all down, and of course, the Inferno Bomb does not take any of these members out of the side of Linkx. This is still considered a big victory for Linkx.
A huge victory for Linkx, man. And, but the Drake might just be able to swing things, towards Impact just a little bit more. We all know that when it comes down to those team engagements, Linkx has shown us that they are the ones, who are usually the favorites for those fights, because they come out on top all the time. Impact, with the kind of, impact that they've been able to make in those team fights, not so great. But here comes the difference with that one Drake in hand. Wukong, Rift Herald as well. If they manage to pick this up, the face of the game, the whole pace could change, Contra.
That's right, and with this, they are still currently suffering a little bit of deficit when it comes down to gold, but nothing a good team fight wouldn't change, of course. Guardian Angel already up available on that Wukong, alongside with the Ziggs with the Missile Mass. So, in terms of damage check, and of course sustainability check as well. So the next point of contest is going to be this Rift Herald that is heavily guarded by the likes of Linkx. And with that ward, Impact spots it out. A couple of all these grenades or bombs being tossed out by the Ziggs, but it won't really do all too much. And here comes, oh boy, close enough for a steal, but Kato is in the front line of the attack, and this is where the setup comes right through. And Kato, he won't go down. And I have next one to fall. And Linkx Esports, they tear them
Roja!
apart!
Oh, Roja tries to go in there for that engagement, gets slain. Tutong falls as well, and Azurix will have to pull out of this battle. 69 almost getting taken down as well, and none of them will be happy with that engagement, I will say. Linkx Esports kind of gets the upper hand at the end of the day. The Rift Herald picked up as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Impact with that one Drake in hand, they still go in here for that fight.
Yeah, I gotta say that it is pretty much too far-fetched to be able to steal away that Rift Herald, but
yeah,
I gotta say the sort of team fight that they pulled off was pretty interesting, but because of that initiation, I felt that this puts Impact slightly behind, as they've already lost a little bit too much more than they needed to. But what they're really waiting for is, of course, getting Azris into the late game phase where he could easily just shred people down. And speaking of shredding people down, you see him taking down 69.
Well, Enma has been doing enough, but not enough to kind of guard his own turret. He makes that push here in the top lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but to what effect? In here behind his minions, it's going to be Black Cat as well as Kato down here at that mid. And those team engagements, the taunt coming in from the players of Impact again and again, and it's not like they just want a taunt, they want to go in there for those takedowns as well. The turret's still untouched down that mid as far as Linkx Esports is concerned.
That's right, and I believe that they are just trying to apply a lot more pressure on the side lanes, and with that, bottom lane is pretty much opened up with the 3-man push. I guess Linkx Esports should be able to secure the first turret of the game. Now, there's also going to be Gallo here to back it up if they were to actually go in for a full commitment. Impact has to just pull aside and, of course, give this one away to Linkx.
Linkx Esports might just be able to take this, man. I mean, look at the turret up top as well, right? You've got two players trying to put on the guard there. You've got Enma as well as Kaido. And when they go in for Baron Nashor, that's going to just be a bonus objective to just swoop in and take that turret down as well. The time must be ripe as the players from Linkx gets ready for the next battle, Contra.
That's right, and speaking of which, we definitely missed out on Emotion, who have dropped out with a good enough gank coming in from the side of Enma as well as Kaido to, of course, pick him apart. It's really important that they do take down Olaf in the initial stage of the game before he gets out of control, heading towards the late game phase. Now, 10 minutes on the clock, as it's time for him to challenge this Cloud Break. But the rest of the members of Impact here are in position, and this is where it all starts. And with that, you can see the boss man misses, and this might just be Helter Skelter, baby! And another steal comes right through! Impact secures that second Drake, wants to be popped up this wall. They try to turn tails and run, but then again, this is where Impact shines the brightest as they will ace out with a quarter kill.
Oh, and there was nothing Linkx could do. They thought that the Rift Herald distraction was enough, but look at the way Impact just blazed through that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they don't even want to stop the Rift Herald. They don't mind losing the turret. They go in straight up for Baron Nashor because this is their opportunity. With another 9 or 10 seconds left in here, this is going to be an easy takedown of Baron, and Impact might just be able to pull one game in the bag for themselves. How will Linkx respond now?
Well, all you have to do right now... Okay, hold up. You don't really need that flash across. But then again, for safety's sake. So, Impact. Now, they got to Drake steals and also securing the Baron. Linkx Esports initially with such a big lead definitely dropped the bomb. And the recovery will take a little short while because Baron, in effect, is going to be having so many minions shoving from all corners of the map. But what Linkx could do is to fortify. So that's what they could look to. But first of all, they have to find Azric and put him out of place.
Yep, Roja comes in here for the backup and looks like they need to exit the fight from mid. Impact will be in trouble if they continue pushing. But look right up top, ladies, German boys and girls. We've got another dance-off going on between Emotion as well as Tutong. Tutong in here for the chase, but that's up all the way down there at that solo lane. Kato still holding his own really well though, Contra.
That's right, and for now, it seems to be that many of all these players from the side of Impact has been able to just shove all the minions all across, especially on towards the mid lane here, being the primary focus of the side of Azris. And I believe that Linkx Esports will have to give up the mid lane. Meanwhile, over bot side, we see Guardian Angel being popped up.
Oh,
a
nice!
beautiful grand entrance, and 2 members of the side of Linkx Esports absolutely annihilated.
Enma as well as Kaido, they go in here and the turret getting taken down, inhibited turret all the way down at your dragon lane for the next lane. Enma and Kaido will have to back away, ladies, German boys and girls, as they refocus all of their efforts towards the mid lane. Is that gonna be enough to take down Linkx Esports? Is a comeback still available? Gee, I don't know. I mean, they have shown us some pretty impressive gameplays as they go in here for yet another takedown.
Wow. And Impact really tears members inside of Linkx Esports apart. Emotion now feeling a little bit less powerless as compared to the game before. Once you snatch away the Gragas, you can see from the score lines, as much as this Gragas has not been able to secure a kill, he's been having 8 assists, meaning to say that he's been in all fronts of the fight. And currently, the member that they are relying upon is, of course, not only the Ezreal. It will be a great initiation that he'll need to come in from Rojak. As long as he actually gets a good cataclysm in place, the rest of them will have to follow up in a very short notice, especially taking out Asterisk, because he's got all these big items up on hand, especially with the IE as well as the Blade of the Ruin King up available, easily taking out so much of the HP. 2 taps is all it takes to take the quarter of health away from Rojak.
Well, this is big here because if they manage to take out Linkx Esports right now, they'll be able to go in there for the Drake and then later Baron Nashor as well. Basically a repeat of what they've already done. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is Impact. Can they get it done this time around? They managed to hold Linkx back for the time being, but here comes that push and that engagement for the Infernal Drake finally starts out, and Baron Nashor on the other end. But no, here comes Impact for the fight as well. The steal might just come through. Kaido right there at the feet of the Drake, and they go in for that final slice, but it is Linkx that takes it down.
My goodness, a better execution as we are still seeing them going for the chase. 1 HP left for Salo Asterisk. My goodness. It definitely went down to the wire as 69 as well as Rojak. They tried to clear off all these mid-wave, and there's no chance for them to get anywhere close by to Asterisk. Now he buys himself a Guardian Angel. So the fight definitely will be a whole lot more tougher as Asterisk can play a little bit riskier.
Well, and you know that's exactly what he is looking for, right? Because if now, it's a now or never moment. Look at this team fight once again, Contra.
Yeah, and you can see that they went in for the dive. Kaido stops them on their tracks, but the most important part is Kaido securing that as he just tries to slice his way across. And with 69 having a lot more room to take on the Ziggs, members aside of Impact, they walk away with more members alive, and that's definitely still a better case than none. So with that sort of the approach, I believe that Impact now feeling a lot more confident to take many of these fight initiations, but they really have to be very much careful because one wrong move and any sort of mistake at all, it can go back to the favor of Linkx Esports. Now, Wukong is going to be setting up all the minions up towards the top side. As you can see, many of the likes of Linkx Esports, they're still trying to recuperate, and the Baron pretty much up for grabs, but not really the best idea for now.
Not the best idea at all, but look at Emotion on the other hand though, just leading those minions down at the duo lane. He's making a push on his own, hoping and praying that the distraction would be enough to bring away the players from Impact, but it looks like it is not, as they go in for the inhibited turret anyway, breaking out into another team fight. Contra.
Oh my goodness, that was a gutsy move coming out of Impact, as that explosive cast definitely got themselves a catch, but the solid defense coming out of Linkx Esports won't be holding it on. Musume popped up, but it will still eventually go down in the hands of Asterisk. Now, the split push does come into effect, and as you mentioned, Emotion still forcing their way. Cataclysm being popped up, 2 HP left on the tower, and they will take it down. Their turret being opened up. This will be Impact brute forcing their way up mid lane.
And Wukong just goes on the chase, but Emotion doing what he does best. He survives, and just on a one-man solo mission, he goes in for the distraction gameplay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but it's just not enough. Can his team members just keep those players from Impact away? The inhibited turret taken out already, which means the mid is fully exposed. Linkx Esports, will this be that moment where they get taken down? Impact has done so well to make a comeback here, to take one game back possibly for themselves. Contra.
That's right, and with their health pretty much down low, they will have to force a reset. So every one of these members will go in for the recall. And the next objective that's pretty much available right now is still the Baron. And we'll take more than a minute for the next Drake to appear. I believe at this point we're looking at an Elder Drake to come into effect in, well, less than 30 seconds. So that's pretty much the good news. As we look towards the itemization, we already have the Torn Mill being built up by Emotion. So any damage that Asterisk dishes will slightly reflect back to him. And I do believe that they need to buy themselves a Mortal Reminder eventually, just to ensure that all this lifesteal that's coming out there will be stopped. This Asterisk still has Guardian Angel left available. They will go head on to take some health chunks out of this Elder Drake. This is going to be very important.
It's going to be Roja as well as Black Cat on the approach. Cargo in here. Emotion right behind. Can he go in for the final takedown? And they managed to get it done, Contra!
They stole it away, and like you said, Heroic Entrance will come in as Asterisk is the final member remaining. This will be an easy pickup, and with that, Linkx Esports, this is the comeback that we've been talking about, as they will be able to march through the mid lane. As much as all these super minions are going to be buying a little bit more time, there will be an opening for them to take, at the very least, 2 turrets in hand.
Oh, and can they get it done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because look at this, man. 20 seconds down. They're going for the final push. And here comes the fight for the Nexus as well. Can they get it done? Contra, if they go in and if they get this Nexus right here, right now, this would be one of the best comebacks of the Mobile Open thus far.
And yes, it will be, Mustachio AJ, and we have definitely seen a game of epic proportion where Emotion, yes, he did drop out some of all these kills to the enemy side, but he made remarkable plays when they're on the deficit. Yes. He was on the split push, and of course, buying a little bit more time. And on this Elder Drake, it was so crucial for the likes of Impact to secure, and once again, the pressure has cracked them up in the open, and it takes one more game for LTE to advance and, of course, make it into the group stages. Let's have a look into some of these stats. Yes, it is a heck of a mess, but then again, it definitely was Linkx Esports here that secures it with a 2-0 lead.
You know, I'm just wondering what would have happened if Kaido did not go in and respond to that split push, because that split push was just so risky, right, God, right? It was just Emotion on a one-man mission to pull at least 1 or 2 hopeful players away from Impact. up into the Dragon Lane to stop him. But it was just Kaido that left to go and get the deed done. But my question is, what if Kaido did not go and had stuck with his squad to go for a 5-on-4 situation? And that reset could have cost, Linkx Esports so much. But at the end of the day, here you go. A great comeback.
And we saw a perfect defense coming from them. Yes, they might have lost their inhibitor turret, but the main turning point was definitely the fight over on for that Elder Drake. And we could definitely see, in terms of damage output as well as tankiness, both Rojak as well as Emotion have so quite a number of fair bit of blows. But man, Emotion on that Olaf, once again, really shining bright at 69, dealing least of a damage as compared to Azrius. We saw a beautiful quarter kill coming into the third Drake out there, as Azrius has been able to pummel down many of the likes of Linkx Esports in that sort of sense. So as we look into damage output, of course, I believe that Two-Tone has contributed quite a fair bit when it comes down to all these poke, bringing them down low, but IMP, they needed to be a little bit more careful when it comes down to major objectives, especially at a late phase of the game. So this 20-19 score definitely was down to the wire, and I hope that it doesn't really break apart this Impact side, because they were starting to be very convincing on all fronts. It was just a minor mistake that pretty much blew them up wide open.
Dude, I would be so salty if I was in Impact's shoes right now, because it all boiled down to those split-second decisions which they did go in and make at the start of the game that kind of gave them the edge over everything, right? But there are one kryptonite, that one player to look out for if they did not know who that was between the three, right? You had 69 in there, you've got Roja as well as Emotion. Now they know they need to take Emotion out of the equation early and try as best they can to not let this guy scale, right? Because I mean, tactical ability with the game skills, with the strategy, he is already up top, #1, right? Top tier class. And to stop a guy like that, dude, you need way more than just a great draft pick. You need an amazing team synergy, which Impact kind of seemed like they had there in that game #2. I swear I was super duper impressed, Contra. But Linkx, just a little bit more impressive.
Even when they stole away that Gragas, it has resulted to this. And imagine if this is his second best pick. I'm pretty sure there's more down deep in his pockets coming into game #3. And speaking of game #3, we'll be going on a short moment's break. And when we come back, there will be more Wild Rift action on the way. Stay tuned.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to say.
Me to a place unknown, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm scheming on so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Guess who's back?
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky itelah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is a League of Legends Wild Rift brought to you by ESL Mobile Play. This is the one and only Contra, joined at the desk with me, the Mustachio AJ, bringing you the most craziest of action from the Rift today. And dude, what a comeback we just witnessed, Contra.
That's right, and we thought that they were already getting everything done. Impact was ahead after a big deficit when it comes down towards the early game, and it boils down to that final Mountain Elder Drake. So,
yeah,
I don't know what to say, man. Emotions just way too good. After securing that, they had enough true damage to pummel down every other members of the likes of Impact, and of course, take them out with an ace and just rushed in for the Nexus. So, hopefully, when it comes down to every player that's playing in the Rift itself, keep themselves steady. And this particularly match, going in towards game number 3, they have to treat this like a best of 1, but eventually, of course, we'll be breaking down what happened in case if you guys missed it in match number 2. So, AJ, we take a breather, right? Because inside of this game, we saw so many back and forth fights, and it started off with emotions as well, taking some highlights.
And the type of highlights that he took, right, were crazy good. But the one that I kind of loved the most was when they went in there and took that Rift Herald, because that Rift Herald steal was quite big in the game, Contra.
That's right, and we could see a really good Monsoon coming out of the Janna, Black Cat, making sure that they can out-trade in that fight and, of course, outlast them with 69 eventually moving right back to, of course, take members down until this very moment. You can definitely see when it comes down to the position, it was pretty much all over the place, but yet again, that Mega Inferno Bomb has been able to snatch that one away right under the noses of LE.
Yeah, and this was the point where we kind of got that confidence in Impact, right? Thinking that they can make a comeback in here, because those steals on those Drakes were really important. And to manage to go in and get it done even after that mid lane, Rift Herald distraction gameplay has come in there from Linkx, it was quite impressive, man. I tell you, at that point, I really pegged Impact to go in there for that win.
Exactly, and overall towards this corner, it felt as if that Impact has gotten some really good control of the pace of the game, where they try to get this brute force mid lane rush and eventually taking down the Inferno. And this is where Emotion comes in, as he just snatched it right back. He says it's payback time, and you just look at 69. He's all the way diving in towards the facilities of the Blue Sentinel and leaving only one member behind. That was pretty much game over from that point onwards. Once they have not only secured that Drake, but gotten the entire team of Impact to be aced out.
And they knew exactly what to do, exactly which objectives to go in and play, exactly how long to kind of delay that game for. And once again, right, it was still emotion who was so instrumental. If it was not for that split push distraction, if it was not for that buying of some very few crucial seconds within that game, it could have been all over. And that's what you've got to love about Wild Rift, right? Even at a point where they were just left with 2 more turrets, 1 inhibitor already taken down, and still they managed to turn it around, Contra.
That's right, and I just felt that this was an absolute beautiful game that we've witnessed from both ends, and I really hope to see even more creativeness coming out of the side of Impact as well as the side of LX. So with that, we're going to be seeing what comes in towards our upcoming draft in game number 3. So with that, I just can't wait. Perhaps we'll be going on a short break and then we'll see what goes down in game 3.
Yeah, correct, right? Because in game number 2, they have shown us that they can stand up against a squad like Linkx and take the fight to them. Go in there for those important steals as well. Yes, Link might have played those objectives slightly better than them, and the strategy might have been slightly better, you know, because the synergy within the squad was just so much better on the Linkx side. But it's by no way or chance meaning that Impact cannot take this game back away from them, because if they can find a way to control or to contain not their emotions, but their opponent's emotion, we might be able to see them take game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, right after a short break, we'll take a quick look at the drafts.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky dan bukan seorang, mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba, Siang terlampau sampai, dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see now. Go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me feel up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat. facts we move that work, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dogs on a vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky di terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift at the ESL Mobile Open, supported by Maggie Hot Cup, JBL, as well as you do. My name is AJ and I am the Mustachio, together with the one and only Contra, to bring you all of the hottest action. So far, 2-0, an unexpected comeback. Oh, some of you might have expected it, but Contra, I didn't see it coming, man.
Honestly, neither did I, because from the side of Impact, they were looking all too dominant heading in towards the mid-game, where they took quite a number of significant objectives, and once they've already got the engines running, it was emotion that tore them apart once again with Steel. And also, you gotta give credit to the rest of the members as well. As we saw, Asterix, yeah, they fought back and then they got the quadra kill somewhere in between, but 69, he went in towards the blue side and eventually had that upper hand to shut off the entirety of Impact. So with that, I believe that we are ready for our upcoming drafts, AJ. So let's see what comes next year. I believe it's as spicy as a Maggie Hot Cup. So with that, of course, also thanks to our official tournament partners, Maggie, Udo, as well as JBL.
Ladies, German boys and girls, I don't know about you, man. Every time I see Maggie Hot Cup or I hear Maggie Hot Cup, I want to have a hot cup, okay? Because gaming and Maggie is synonymous, right? And just like how you do and JBL are on that same exact path to be synonymous with gaming as well. You go to a cyber cafe, you sit down for a long day of games. What do you order from the counter? Contra, 1 Maggie Hot Cup.
Nothing beats the likes of a Maggie Hot Cup in a rainy day sweater. And of course, right now in Malaysia, it's been always raining in the evening, but you know, we don't want to rain on the pill rates just yet. We got this draft running, and we've already got the Braum as well as the Galio being locked away from the likes of Linkx Esports. They were playing on the blue side, and Emotion will consider getting his Gragas back in hand. And on the other side, Team Impact, they've already locked down on that Akali as well as Corki. So going to something that he's a lot more comfortable with, right? Gragas, with this new patch going on, all these tanks are definitely in the meta alongside with the fighters as well. So with that, you can always open up with a really good explosive cast to start a fight, and it really didn't cost much. But a bad explosive cast can also be really, really bad for certain team fights, and you don't want to be putting the front line of the defense of Impact right in front of you. So in response, we do see Emma actually trying to go for the Ahri pick, but I believe that's going to be a little bit of a reset of the picks and bans with a little bit of difficulties coming from the players, and I believe, so don't worry, we'll get that one sorted out. So AJ, we got to talk about some of these picks, right? Like the key pick, like, of course, it is all eyes on Emotion on that Baron lane most of the time, but this pick of the Gragas has been played out almost in all 3 of these matchups. So of course, if we want to conclude on this third game as well, let's talk about some of the strengths. Like, not only about the explosive cast, like crowd control is really vital when it comes down to team fights, and that's where you gotta land that body slam. And usually how players would like to do so is to combine it with flash, midway through the body slam, you can reposition and time it perfectly. You can actually extend that range all the way towards the back. So I guess this is where it's very, very reliable as compared to some other of these picks when it comes down to maybe the top lane. You don't really have much options.
Yeah, but I'm surprised they didn't really go in there for the ban on Gragas though, because leaving Gragas in Emotion's hands, dude, it's crazy, man. And allowing them to use that Gragas to go in there with the explosive cask as well as clear out the area for a couple of Drake steals, I don't see that being impossible, right? If anything, that's most probably what they're going to go in here and push for. And it's like what you pointed out, it is. They seem to be building their squad up for these team engagements. And Linkx Esports, they have done that so many a times now. Oh, wait a minute. Was it flipped earlier? So we got the right ones. It's
That's
just
right.
that... okay.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much it was supposed to be the side of impact that will be going on the blue side. So we've got that rectified, which also means that this Gragas will not land in the hands of Emotion. But Emotion here will be securing that lease in for the jungle. So Rojak, he will be playing on that Janna. Now, Janna, as much as some people might be underestimating her when it comes down to public games, she's actually really strong and competitive. We saw in the past couple of games when she comes up online that Monsoon can actually keep them very healthy in terms of team fight. So this Alistar that comes in for Naive needs to do a lot of heavy duty work, and to even get by, he's got to dodge out some of all these gale storms of wind that can actually blow them up in the air, knocking them up. Now, going down the draft, we also have, of course, the Orion coming into play for Impact alongside with the Wukong as well as Teemo. Teemo, I don't think so. Does he really want to go for it? Okay.
There you go.
Much better.
Okay, Tristan. Yeah. Okay. So Moon's definitely going to be taking that Wukong. I wonder who's going to be using Oriana for the Impact side. Lux being taken out for the side of Linkx Esports. Dude, Lux is such a troublesome character to deal with contra, and you put it into the hands of a player like Emotion, or even let's say if Black Cat takes Lux later on, right? Things are just going to crash, man, for Impact. I worry. But then again, their draft picks look solid as well. What do you think about their picks?
Well, when you mentioned about the Lux that's going to face off against Oriana up in the mid lane, she does have a lot more range to work with to poke out Moon to bring him down towards a lower percentage of health. And of course, if he goes below 30% per se, then that's where the Final Spark comes in. So Final Spark, having such a low cooldown, can easily snipe people from across the map, and I believe that they could definitely put this into good effect. Now, not only the Lux that we're looking at, for the side of the Baron lane, we did see that they are going for the Fiora, which I really do love, as it will be able to scale. And of course, in the late game phase, you can do a whole lot of split pushing. One of my personal favorites, as I am a Baron laner myself, so facing off against a Gragas is going to be a little bit difficult, but so long as you can riposte and parry away that stun, you could continuously abuse all these close range combat ratios. So maybe that might just be the answer to fight off against the Gragas.
Yeah, and of course, then comes the team fights as well, right? Because taking on that Gragas is most probably not going to be a solo task in here. Because each and every single time Linkx has gone in there for those engagements, and I won't even say waiting in for those mid or late game. Linkx did try to team up from so early on and flatten out their opponents. And Impact did do quite well in game number... What? What?
Okay, that's one of the earliest first blood that I've seen in the qualifier runs, and Emotion is just flexing on the enemies right now. And I don't know, maybe it shouldn't be an Oriana matchup against this Fiora.
What just happened, dude? I didn't even go in there and maximize my screen just yet, man. I was just taking a peek at my notes and looking there, and the moment I laid my eyes on him, poof, he went. 69 taking it up against Enma right now. Not gonna be making that mistake and will back away. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Black Cat dropping in for the support as well, and this fight is gonna continue for a while. Mid is opened up a little bit though.
Yeah, I gotta say that the idea for Team Impact is to ensure that they don't really get countered, but over here we do have a 2 versus 1 Flash is available and he will be expending it. Now, same goes to his barrier. Oh, just enough! But yet again, it's a 1-for-1 trade as, you know, Moon just walked into the turret range.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. I mean, we clearly can see that Impact is really hungry for the win this time around, but making those mistakes, dude, it's just gonna make them pay. You know, going in there with that aggression is great as long as it is well planned, but it looks like right now Impact is just, you know, the gloves are off and we are stepping into the rift to punch out some of our enemies. It's gonna be Kato in here with a quick stun on Azarus, but not enough for the takedown. Knife just lurking right there behind, waiting for that gank. It's gonna be Enma taking on the 69 as well together with Black Cat, but they are going to be doing just fine. Roja just behind there can come in there for the gank as well. Enma needs to back away.
And I do believe that they will still try to negate all these pressure, but oh, he's going for the dive. Here comes the hit, but pulverized, but Rojak's still alive, and here comes Cyclone as well, as it drops onto all 3 members. Very little health left on Emma, but it will be Kaido to get another kill for the side of Impact.
Oh, Impact taking things back into their own hands, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Black Cat will need to go in here for a quick reset as Emotion goes in for the push against Moon. Moon backing away, doing just enough, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but this will not call, obviously, how the game is going to look in the next 5 minutes, right? These early skirmishes are just, you know, Impact's way to show Linkx Esports that, you know, they still got that fight in them, Contra. But I really hope and pray that they don't allow this to make, you know, get them into a position where they make silly mistakes, though.
I gotta agree, especially coming in for that unusual first blood for the Fiora.
Yeah.
Now, Moon is gonna be scaling a little bit at the very least, but at the cost of his own mana. You can see that Emotion can easily hook him and, of course, look for those vital points to take out even more chunks of health, and here comes the dive. There's not much that he can do if he does not pop this barrier. He has to leave this turret be, and you can see he's already out of mana. If he were to stay, he won't be taken down by all 3 members of the side of Linkx Esports. But in response, looking at the bottom side, there is going to be a setup coming up next as Kaido is ready to actually brute force his way with a dive, and I believe that we're going to be looking at the bottom lane eventually, and yet again, we're going to be focusing on towards Moon because...
Oh, Roja comes in off! But here comes that backup from Azarus, but it is not going to be enough, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because Impact will just, you know, have their players slain, but down at the bottom there, they are going to lose their turret, but no! 69 with that backup as well. Dude, Linkx Esports doing every single thing right in this game, Contra.
That's right, and I gotta say, that was a bigger play coming in from the side of Impact, because not only did Moon survive, he outplayed the likes of Rojak over the top side, and eventually end up in a 2-kill lead for the side of Impact. And here goes Cyclone on top of most of these members, and they got snared! This is looking pretty bleak, as they will have to give Kaido up. And He's running down low on mana, but here comes the cavalry arriving to the scene. Rojak only has to take himself left, and this will be Azarus on a rampage.
Impunity is, I mean, the way Impact is trying to make that impact in the game this time round, it gives me that confidence, Contra, but can they wrap things up? Red team goes in there. It is Linkx Esports who goes in for that first takedown on that turret, but they also will, I mean, that split push setup that they've had in that Dragon lane already that they can take advantage of later on. I wonder if Impact will leave it for that.
Yeah, I believe so, and right now, the Wukong is still going to be going for the hunt. Kaido doesn't really have much of an opening as he gets bought out, taking down pretty much 60% of health left, and with so little HP on the turret, I guess this will be the main priority for the side of Azarus, while Kaido still makes it out alive. Of course, having the... I believe that wasn't exactly a blast cone, but then again, 1v1 is happening up towards the top lane. Emotion this time, as much as he's having lower health, he understands that I can go in for a grand challenge. So as it stands, 6-3, and the Trinity Force is up for Emotion. He's gonna be smacking down some members of Impact if they were to threaten him, and he's already going on a solo hunt for this Rift Herald.
Oh, here comes Black Cat as well, but right there behind him is going to be Nave. If he goes in here for a quick hit, but ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with Enma's backup as well, it looks like it's going to be Impact who steals this away. The Rift Herald might just belong to them, Contra, because the players from Linkx Esports, they don't stand a chance. There you go. Impact takes the Herald as well, and they can continue to rampage on in this game.
Oh boy, but they're losing members while they try their best to secure it, and I guess the effort from Emotion trying to secure this one is in vain. Just hopping over back, Azarus will reposition. Monsoon is available, and here comes Dragon Rage. Might just connect, but instead they will be falling back towards the turret range and Linkx Esports. They will respect that, and with that, a little bit of reset happening while the red buff is going to be taken over by 69. And, oh, Azarus, he knows that this guy's got no mana. Where are you running? Needing one more hit, and there he goes. Flash out, and it will be him facing off against Rotak, and I don't think he has a chance.
Moon! Oh, Moon tries to go in there for that backup, but unfortunately does not get there in time. It's going to be Knife and Moon. They can go in here for that mid push. I really wonder when they will come in here for that summon on that Herald, because that will be that distraction gameplay that they might use to their advantage. The question is, at which point does that Rift Herald show its little hide? It's going to be the mid turret taken down, and Impact with all of those shots that do count in this time round. But Linkx Esports, I kind of counted them out a little too early in that previous game. Not going to do that in the third game. These guys have got something special in them, Contra.
That's right, and you can see as much as they might actually lose a member or two in some of these fights, it's still pretty much okay. A 1k goal lead is honestly not significant enough, but you can see the pressure's on. Linkx Esports, they are putting many of their members right down towards the bot side. And here comes the Herald, as you have asked the question much early on, and this Fiora won't be able to hold on for much longer, but he's still trying to dish out as much damage as possible. And with that, inevitably, that turret should go down. Explosive cast being utilized, and there you go. Turret secure.
What? Look at Emotion just try to hold down the ground on his own. He doesn't get slain, but he is still focusing on taking down the Rift Herald. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as he goes through.
And it seems like this mid lane fight here is going to be breaking out, and as much as some of them might be late for the rescue, Impact, they're trying to hold on. There isn't all too much left available. As you can see, the Lee Sin still has the Guardian Angel. They will dive right in. It's an early ace for Linkx Esports.
How do you do this, man? I mean, Kaido's still standing in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but not for long. If any of those players from Linkx Esports can have anything to say about it. 69, Knife right back to do that damage, but 69 will back away. And here's the thing, right, Contra? The damage has already been done by Linkx Esports. And no matter how many times Impact goes in here, they manage to secure the objectives in the game. Linkx finds a way to just look so much stronger every step of the way.
Yeah, I gotta definitely commend them because they know how to actually look for those openings, especially when they get a little bit more priority. And I felt that Impact, they didn't exactly need it to call in for a fight, but one of the members got caught out, and it's due to Azarus, of course, moving right in for that solo kill, and now the Drake is pretty much up, available for the contest. Redemption being popped up as well. Emotion trying to hold the line.
Attempt to steal, but no.
It's close enough yet again, and here comes Emotion. He opens with the grand challenge. He's looking for Azarus, but Azarus is still gonna be caught out. Now, Kaido's the next one to go on a chopping block. Two members, one each on both ends. Gets taken down. 1-for-1 trade. But with the Drake on the side of Linkx Esports, they're feeling relatively comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, with whatever that's said and done, I feel like they've called it back equal between the two, right, with the takedown of the Drake. In Linkx, but if you look at it quite honestly, with an equal footing within the game, Linkx X obviously has that advantage because they've shown us that their strategy is just a step above of Impact thus far. I mean, not just in this match, in those previous 2 games as well, Contra.
And I gotta say that past fight for the Drake contest was pretty much a good odds for the side of Impact to actually come over to snatch that one away. Maybe Linkx Esports definitely had a little bit of a head start there, and Impact just a little bit too late to the scene, so they understand, okay, we don't want to take too much of a risk. So just making sure that, okay, a kill is good enough. All they did was to ensure that Azris stays alive, but yet again, when you have Rojak, you got Emotion just running through the back lines to hunt out Azris, it becomes a very difficult task, especially when Knife has already used his headbutt as well as Pulverize.
Emotion on the chase there, but he is going to be sticking to the Dragon lane all on his own as the players from Impact flood the mid lane right now. They might just go in here for the takedown on the turret. The Baron Nashor has spawned, ladies, German boys and girls, so either side might want to go in and take a peek at Mr. Baron and say, hey, Mr. Baron, can we go in here for the takedown? Linkx Esports, they won't want any talk of that as Impact makes their approach. They will go in to flush them out.
But you can definitely see on the split pushing in right down below. Emotion is just going to be pulling some party right down bottom lane. And once he spots out the Gragas, he backs away. And that actually leaves more room for Linkx to actually do something up towards mid. And this Lee Sin, he can freely dive in. He's got the flash available, Dragon's Rage up as well. So once he sees one member crossing in towards the river, and being Moon now going in for a little bit of a aggression on towards the river. They will have to back away because there was no backup coming in for this Lee Sin.
Now, you see, as far as Impact is concerned, they've already taken down the first turret down at mid, ladies, German boys and girls. So the push from mid can just hold back a little bit. They're still trying to find that opening, right, Contra? And no matter where they poke and prod, they just can't seem to penetrate through the defense of Linkx Esports. And here's the problem, Linkx is responding as well. Rojai in here with that slay, and he goes in straight for that fight. Kaido manages to avoid the takedown, but not for long, ladies and German boys and girls.
And what a beautiful monsoon as Cyclone, they popped up. This Wukong is still pretty much up and available alive. And there you have it. Even the Lee Sin has already popped the GA, and they're looking for Azris. They will get him eventually. And 3 members, they go down flat on the ground. And this calls for the Baron for Linkx Esports.
And finally, Kaido got taken down there, man. That guy was just so crazy on the movements. But with that, just like you've mentioned, Contra, as they go in here for the slay on Baron Nashor, could this spell the end for the players of Impact?
Well, it's not the end just about yet, but the end is pretty nigh. And there's still quite a number of turrets for them to secure before they break in towards the inhibitor. And hopefully not the Nexus just about yet, because we still got an Inferno Drake up available for the contest. So yeah, some buffs coming in for Baron Nashor, but then again, they have to utilize this buff. So what Linkx Esports can do is to set up a choke point, or of course make sure all these lanes are heavily pushed out, which is why Emotions is up in the mid lane to segregate the rest of the members of Impact from getting anywhere near this Inferno Drake.
Moon just trying to go in there and steal the Infernal Drake. Ladies, German boys and girls, 2000 IHP on there. And the players from Linkx Esports manages to pull the Drake slightly far away from the players of Impact. No steal comes through in there, and they will secure that Drake as well.
That's right, and Moon had to give his life for it as he's used the Shockwave, trying to connect and hopefully having enough damage, but it was a split second out there, and Rojak's Smite is definitely a whole lot more powerful in that occasion. And this is where Linkx X, they are still pretty much up ahead by 10k goal lead. And with the snare coming up, it's going to be a connection of the kick, and here comes the Giant Stage as well, pushing Enma back as they will have many of them right under their noses. And this will be another ace. Linkx Esports,
they go in
this
here.
is their best of 3, and they have already shut out the entirety of the competition. Impact did stand a chance, and Linkx Esports will only have to deal with one wound on the way as they book their ticket to the group stages.
Absolute annihilation, Contra. Absolute annihilation, man. No matter what Impact did, they tried so many a times to penetrate the defenses of Linkx Esports, but nothing worked. And whenever Linkx wanted to respond, they got exactly what they sought out for, right? And there was just no standing in their way. Linkx Esports, they tapao full on 3-0 for a flat out win.
Well, I gotta say, this is definitely more of a team game, and
Yeah.
I was looking at the Wukong and was hoping that he did not get caught, and once Kaido got caught, it was pretty much a Baron call, and after that Baron call, it was pretty much inevitable. Like, they've already got themselves so far up ahead, and with emotion causing so much disruption, yet again, the rest of the members of side of Linkx X will be able to have free reign of control, and unfortunately, members of the side of Impact, they were kind of torn apart. But let's have a look at some of the stats, shall we?
Yeah, so 0 kills coming in from Enma as well as Knife. They were in there really strong on that support. But here's the thing, right? Azarus, the guy who was getting it done for the squad of Impact. Unfortunately, the support that he received within that game just wasn't anywhere close as to the kind of teamwork that we saw on the side of Linkx Esports. And just like you mentioned so many times across those games, right? It's those engagements, those team engagements, and the calls for when to go in for that sweep is what makes Linkx so strong in that. And look at the slay coming in from the MVP, right? 69 gets 6 in here as well. But the support from Roja as well as Black Cat in there, it really made the difference for him. Contra.
That's right. And we've definitely seen some really interesting builds as well. A double redemption composition coming out of the side of Linkx to be able to sustain in some of these team fights, not only having the Monsoon. Now, we look at the damage charts and, oh boy, 69. He dished out 22k of damage overall in this sort of fight. But you look at the other end of the SVP, we've got Impact here with Azrael showing some heavy potential. I honestly hope to see more of Impact in the future because they were looking relatively promising facing up this really experienced side of Linkx Esports. So with that, I believe that this will draw into conclusion of Game 3, and it went pretty much on a 3 game, and all of it going in favor of the side of Linkx X. So, you know, I'm just looking back at things, and I just felt, when exactly did it all went wrong? Because Impact, other than that pickoff there, they were pilling a beautiful game still.
Yeah, they were, right? But here's the problem though, Contra. I don't think that, Impact did anything wrong per se in those games. It's just that Linkx was the better squad. They were better on the strategy. They were better on making those split-second decisions as to when to engage. And the synergy between the squad for those team fights were just impeccable, man. I mean, immaculate to a certain degree, because whenever they went in there, they finished the task, right? And yes, Impact did show us some moments of brilliance as well when it came to those engagements, but it's just not enough. Playing those skills, getting those beautiful takedowns are just not enough, because when it came to the objectives, it was just Linkx sorting out the whole game. The whole map control, start to end, was with Linkx, and there was nothing Impact could do about it.
Yeah, and I gotta give another credit to Rojak as well, on top of 69, who definitely got the MVP. They have been able to just get that important pick, especially Azarus. He understood that, okay, this is the main damage dealer, and he has to hunt blood for blood, no matter the cost. And with that, of course, they eventually has been able to find so many of these beautiful openings.
And those openings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's exactly what Linkx was looking through. And it was Black Cat together with his Janna that kind of got the most done in that game, right? Your MVP for Linkx Esports.
Yeah, and I was just talking about my personal MVP, but we hardly do notice how important the Janna was. I did mention he did pull up quite some significant clutch monsoons just to keep his teammates alive, and the KDA tells it all. In this entirety of the matchup, he's only dropped 2 deaths and 17 assists. That is very much significant. Doesn't matter how much damage you deal as a support end of the day, right?
Yeah,
the most important thing is that they got 100% kill participation. So that itself is something that we have to look out for, because Linkx, they look to be a team with very solid teamwork overall.
Yeah, and just like Janna, sorry, not like Janna, just like Black Cat, I feel like Black Cat literally represents the way Linkx has kind of played these 3 games. They never went out there, searching, hungry, thirsty for those skills. They never wanted to go in there for those engagements when it was not favorable to them, or they knew that, they wanted to take a specific objective. Each and every single time Impact came in there, teasing them, baiting them in there for those engagements, they did kind of entertain their requests a little bit, but they always knew when to back away. And I feel like Emotion showed us that so many a times, Contra. And that was truly the winning, that secret sauce that the squad had with them, wasn't it?
That's right, and I gotta say that T is the backbone of the team. So Black Cat has been able to really hold the line and make sure every one of all these players from the side of Linkx is pretty much healthy and in check. And we just want to see even more spectacular games to come later on. So we'll be, of course, taking a little bit of breather right after this to get ourselves into the post-match analysis to break down this game number 3 even further. So with that, we'll take a real short break, and when we come back, we'll give you all the details that you need in game 3.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions of happiness.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. And we go back and we go back. Won't fall apart, don't let
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
And welcome back. You are currently tuning in to some of the finest Wild Rift matches here in the ESL Mobile Open, presenting League of Legends Wild Rift 5-on-5 Icon Series Summer Season Cup. Yep, that's a little bit of a mouthful, but of course, thank you guys overall. As my name's Contra, this is the Mustachio AJ joining alongside me as we've been commentating the first half of what we have in the program for today. And congratulations to Linkx Esports that they already secured their slot in the group stages. So with that, I believe that we're going to be breaking down some of the highlights of the entirety of the match.
Yep, I wouldn't say a quick and easy, but they were fairly fast matches, right? And Impact did their very best to hold the forces of Linkx back, but there's just so much that they could do, and there's a reason why I say they would just try to hold back Linkx, right? Because each and every single time Impact did try to go in there for the push, it just seemed like the defense's force of Linkx was just way too strong to penetrate, and that was kind of broken in match number 2, right, Contra, as we saw earlier. But even then, even when it really looked like, okay, Linkx is not going to be able to make a comeback, they still managed to go in there for that steal on the Elder Dragon and then swoop back a takeover down the Nexus. Match number 2 in the bag as well. I mean, what do you think went wrong for Impact in match number 2 specifically?
In game number 2, I guess they weren't really too wary of what the risks were actually involved if they were to actually fully go on the full focus on that Mountain Elder Drake. So usually what you want to do in that situation as a player, you want to take it to a point of contest where, okay, you lure in all the enemy side. In that case, it was Linkx, but half of the members were actually caught up with taking on members of the side of Linkx, and the other half was focusing on the Drake, which they should choose either one. Either you get done with it first and then take the fight head on, or just bait them to the fight. And this is where it came to the point of no return, where you just have to heavily commit to that fight. And with Emotion coming in from the back with a blast cone out of nowhere from the back, that's where all hell broke loose. So let's check out the highlights here. Of course, all this brought to you by Maggie, Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. Now, let's start things off here. So this was a beautiful dive that was set up from the side of LE. But what happens next is the Wukong that comes into the scene to spoil the party, which was the perfect scenario, right? He's got pretty much all the kit and tools available to just look for a way to shut out. And with that, with the Lee Sin already moving in, I believe that it was a little bit more difficult for them to move out from. Now, let's get back to the action, shall we? So this is where another fight comes in.
Yeah, and this was the part where I believe Impact just stole the Rift Herald, right? And then they went in for that push, and this was the part where Azarus was just so relentless for the takedown. But this is what I mean, right? Because they go in there for this takedown because they're so hungry for those kills, and they paid for it again and again and again, Contra.
Yeah, I felt that he didn't really need to take such heavy risks. Now, this is a good repositioning coming from Azarus, but with a beautiful ult coming from 69, and he committed the flash as well, just to look out for that kill on top of Azarus. It was definitely something to take, and I guess this is where the first blunder came in. Kaido, he got caught out. Yes, he does have the GA, but that kind of forces the side of IMP to just find a way to stall it out, and instead of stalling it or falling back, they went on heavily committing every single one of these members, and they lost too many men by the end of it all.
And why would you do that? I did not understand that particular decision to go in for that full commit, right? Only because it's not the first time they have fully committed into a team fight and gotten annihilated. Yes, I do agree there were a couple of times where they went in and they were victorious, but it didn't win them the game. It didn't win them any major objectives in the game that kind of turned things around in their favor, which kind of got me asking, why take the risk which you are not so sure will pay off at the end of the day, right? But I guess that's where all of these teams, they go in here and they experiment and they learn. Because at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the Mobile Open, and this is just the summer season. We've got so many other seasons coming up, Contra. So these teams will definitely have a chance to step back in and qualify again.
That's right. If you guys want to participate in the upcoming seasons, you guys can definitely head over to ESL's website and, of course, register yourself for the ESL Mobile Open other than the Wild Rift category. Of course, this is definitely our main priority for this evening. We got so many other things going on, so make sure you guys check that one out. And with that, I believe the conclusion of this entirety of the matchup, we congratulate the side of Linkx Esports once more. And of course, other than that, we got a whole lot to thank for, AJ.
And you see, Linkx Esports, we've accredited communication to be the strength of that squad, right? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when we talk about communication within that squad itself, it's not just sitting down across each other and shouting at each other. It's, in situations like this, like Contra and I, because of the current situation in the world, we have to be, off-site, right? And when those sort of situations come in, you really need good audio. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is JBL that has stepped forth to save the whole gaming community. Head over to jbl.com.my for more information, because their line of Quantum headphones are out. And if you're wondering what's great about the Quantum headphones, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, these are the headphones, not the in-ear earphones, right? From, I believe, the 600 and onwards, it comes with a 2.4 hertz dongle, which means no latency, my friend. No latency.
That's right. I kind of wish I could have it.
Yeah. Let me make a call.
Yeah.
JBL will send you one right away, bro.
All right. Speaking of making a call, I didn't mean to hold you on that. And what's even better than just calls?
Wait. How do you make that call? Who's your line? Who's your service provider?
You do, because you know what? You do it better. So with that, we want to reward you guys with great 5 GB data up for grabs. Just scan this QR code, and of course, are new to UDO, they are your first ever customizable mobile plan. Of course, all of it is powered by Cellcom. Head over towards the link below if you guys want to check out some amazing deals, or just claim that 5 GB data right now if you guys are subscribers to UDO, powered by Cellcom. So, yeah, you were saying.
Yeah. No, I saw someone complaining, like, the stream is laggy. The stream is absolutely fine, my friend. I think you need to go and refresh your data. You do. 5 gigabytes. Go, scan. Done. Done deal, my friend.
Exactly. And I definitely kind of want to get my hands on even some Maggie Hot Cup after this. Because, yeah, you were complaining about hunger. And some of you guys, of course, have been fasting throughout the month of Ramadan. I think it's definitely a great time for us to, of course, get prepared for iftar. And with that, of course, you guys can book up puasa with Maggie COD Cup. With that, selamat berbuka puasa, and we'll go on a short break. And when we come back after dinner time, we'll bring you another Best of 5 to come.
See you in a bit, guys.
Masih lagi selamat untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up. It's just the way we live. It's just the way we live. We just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hood is right. Break the door, give me side eyes. I ain't feeling yours, cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sipping dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me I can. Tell me we can all in the same. Just put the fire in my man. We can see in the backyard. You can tell me I can. Tell me we can all in the same. Just put the fire in my man. We can see in the backyard. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough or the time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the whole thing. So good, hell I'm all fine. Last week was the boom, it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hit it all the time. You can tell me I can. Come back when you guys all in the same. Just put the fire in my man. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Build a roof off for really want to see now, go tell 'em. Under the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself for top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring, cause they keep telling me. You can tell me I can. Come back when you guys all in the same. Just put the fire in my man. You can see in the backyard. You can tell me I can. Come back when you guys all in the same. Just put the fire in my man. You can see in the backyard.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we knew that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I leave. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dogs on the vision, call it 2020. Two dogs on the vision, dogs on the vision, two dogs on the vision, dogs on the two dogs on the vision, dogs on the vision, two dogs on the vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stepped in, getting my green up. With y'all lean up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, telling my family is proud, willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up. 100 bands can't try to get on my stop. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. We just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, then we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, honey with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dotted in my sights, seeing 2020.
They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
Living for the moment now and want the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Loving, needed, living. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll. I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I wanna be just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it's still beat. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for it. stronger. And what I won't let up is in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. Oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find a peace. Know what I need, I know what I need. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skinny low, so high, low. I never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. Just leave me feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so high, low. I never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skinny low, so high, low. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home.
got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me feel up, but they know I'm mean with the raps. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts beat. Knew that word, but it ain't no deep UGMBMUSIC. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dogs on the vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all lean up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, telling my family is proud, pulling up right away proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up. 100 bands can't trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. Please make jams, loving cops. Girls gon' dance, homies all rock. Came too far, then we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, honey with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialed in my sights in 2020.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're young, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now and one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for any loving, living. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my soul. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. It don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't. I will be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find it missing. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, it's 2 by 2. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever ever want Let's go, let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yes, what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. What I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take it no more. I won't fear. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find it to see. And if you believe, you live in your peace. You'll find the key. Know what I need, I know what I need. To find the key.
Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm scheming home, so low. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. So alone, I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to being, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause up we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We wanna kiss. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to being, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me feel up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, we scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G. M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I leave. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two thumbs on the vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. Where y'all lean up, cooking a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told my family is proud. Well enough right away proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. We just make jams, tell them make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I rock. Came too far, that we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. And folks up top and I took my spot. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, honey with me, I'm made for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialed in my sights, see it 2020.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm finding you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now and one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Loving, needed, living. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll. I gotta be here before it. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. I don't won't get up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting you, can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all fall through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what to say. Listen to your heartbeat, like it still beat. A little bit of hope, that's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go and say on your back if you own it. Live your life like a chosen, no matter what, I won't let up. it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up, it's in my soul, it's in my blood. I'm not taking no more from home. Oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the peace. Know what I need, I know what I need. All is fair enough and wrong, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm scheming bones so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know. 'Cause we feel like home. Anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm scheming more, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm scheming more, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home.
looking at us, not you. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. Think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We wanna kill. They're looking at us and not you. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they say. I think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm a renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's still your adrenaline through my gate. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take hold of my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, keeps me safe. This ain't lies, lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Dirty work. Smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, and this game we told ya. Been in that backseat, fat speed. Move that work, but it ain't no deep. U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. Two dogs on the vision, call it 2020. I got my team up, hit it off from back and we stacking, getting my green up. Where y'all beat up, cooking a route, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, telling my family is proud. Pulling up front and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up. When the bands can't try to get on my stop. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops. We just make jams, loving pops. Girls gon' dance, homies all rock. Came too far that we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot. Yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dotted in my sight, see it 2020.
go, go, go. Down first. Good. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky di terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is League of Legends Wild Rift, brought to you by the ESL Mobile Open. Now, Contra and I have been bringing you all of the action thus far, but it would not be possible without our partners, Maggie Hot Cup, JBL, as well as Udo. Now, Contra, the day has started off amazing thus far, and I hope everyone has had their great fill for their buka puasa. And we are going to have a little bit of a dessert now with the second series, aren't we?
All right. Apparently, I do have a little bit of technical difficulties on my side, so hopefully I'll get that sorted out, as I can't seem to hear anything that AJ said. But of course, we'll get that sorted out in a little bit. Welcome back. We've already gotten ourselves some great meal. I hope you guys got yourself the iftar meal in the form of Maggie Hot Cup. So hopefully all is well now. So we're going to be heading into one of our matchup later on, as we'll be seeing who will come up on top in our upcoming match, and that will be between Insomniax as well as Team Rida. So later we'll go on pretty much of the breakdown of what will happen next, and of course you guys who are just new to the stream, I do hope that you guys can also share out the live stream to all your friends who are avid fans of the League of Legends Wild Rift.
And if you're not just a fan, if you are a player and you feel like, how do I get into these tournaments? How do I compete one day? Because you feel like you've got what it takes to reach the very top. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's exactly what the Mobile Open is all about. So ESL is going into a bunch of different games and is opening up these competitions for the community level. So you guys just need to make sure you have enough members in your squad, sign up on that ESL website, and get yourselves into the Mobile Open. Team Rida, together with King Gesby, Swag, Zaphiroth, Novification, and Devil Triple X, will be stepping into the Rift to take on what is known as the Insomniax, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And there's a reason why they are called the Insomniax, which we'll get to in a bit. Team Rida has been riding the wave of success thus far, and they have reached this point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They have got just one more series, and if they succeed, they qualify. Can they get it done? Can they stand their ground and make sure they reach the very top? That's exactly what we will be looking into. And obviously, you know, when the drafts and picks comes in later on, when the bans and picks comes in later on, I truly wonder what would Contra's, opinions be with those picks, because we've gone in there during the break and checked out both of these squads, and like I said, their opponents, Insomniax, together with Dusk, Linus, Dan, Latte, as well as Buck. I love all of their names, man. I mean, single syllable. Contra, I just wish you could hear me, bro. We could crack so many jokes with these, but I mean, usually, right, it is Dusk who takes the Baron lane. Jungler is settled off by Linus. Dan sticks to his mid lane, and you have got your support in Buck. All right, and Contra, you see, as we were discussing earlier, right, between these two, even before we go in for the bans and picks, do you have a favorite based on the way they have qualified to this point?
Well, speaking of which, of course, thank you so much for covering when I was suffering a little bit of technical difficulties. But once I got into your question, I can't help but to notice that this lineup from Insomniax have tons of experience in the esports scene itself. So I definitely will think that they definitely fancy the likings of using their experience to their advantage, be it from whichever titles that they used to play. I believe that they also did play back in the PC League of Legends back in years ago. So I wonder how would the side of Team Rida would fare, because these are quite some few new names on the board, but I definitely would like to see some big upsets coming along the way.
And that is the beauty of the mobile open, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You go in there, you fail, you want to go back in, you want to retry again for the next season, you want to try again within that same season. As long as there are still qualifications, still open, go in and give it a go. And just like what Team Rida has done, they have reached a point where they will now be able to upset the Insomniax, who have taken up that name for a reason. You face them, you probably won't sleep for a few days thinking of that devastating defeat that you have faced, and they themselves aren't really that fond of sleeping. These guys are absolute core gamers. I mean, down to the end, right? From the start, the moment they wake up till they go to bed, it is just League of Legends, eat, sleep, and repeat contrast. So just like you said, man, Insomniax, they are the favorite here stepping in, but the bans and picks will kind of give a little bit more of a peek into what's about to happen.
That's right. And speaking of which, we did talk about the score lines when we first introduced to the show. For some of you who have missed out, Team Rida, they definitely stomped out the past competition with a 27 kill lead against one-digit mark. I can't exactly remember how many kills the opposing side won. Apologies if that happens to be the team that's currently tuning in, but it tells you a lot, right, on how much these new faces can actually offer. Now, for Insomniax, maybe not too clean of a score, but then again, we saw much early on when we had Linkx versus Team Impact. We see high quality games coming to fashion, and yet again, it was definitely down to the wire, and I want those kind of games than a lopsided match anyway. So with that, we'll definitely have to check out our picks and bans heading in towards our first game in this best of 5 series for that very final slot, heading in towards the group stage of the Icon Series MY. So with that, we're going to be taking ourselves into the picks and bans, as this will be our very first draft, and initiating the ban will be from Team Rida's side, as they'll be on the blue, as they take out Ziggs. Now, it's interesting to see this Ziggs ban. So it has been coming to be a lot more popular, as the satchel charge can also take down turrets really quickly if it's less than 25%. And we also see a Diana ban. This is definitely a little bit more different as compared to the first series that we watched. But what has been consistent is that we see 100% ban ratio on this Akali.
And nobody wants to allow their opponents to play Akali, and for a great reason, right? So good at just dominating the game from start to end. But the Galio being picked up here for the very start for the Team Rida side. And just to throw that in, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, I see the comment section asking, right? Okay, they beat them 2-digit to a single digit. What was the score? It was 26-3. So Team Rida has definitely got some firepower behind them, Contra.
Oh, that's right. And yeah, I might have forgotten the other single-digit scoreline, but hey, thanks for the reminder, AJ. And now going through the bans as well as the pick real quick, we also have the Gragas being removed. So moving in towards the blue side, we've got the Galio, the Jarvan, as well as Ezreal. Something similar to what we saw being picked up by, I believe it was the side of Team Impact initially. Wait.
Yes, correct.
Just to correct myself, it was pretty much similar to
it was switched around,
Linkx. Yeah, exactly. Right. So on the other end, on the red side of Insomniax, we've got Thus, Linus, as well as Dan, who has already locked in the Braum, Kaisa, as well as Orianna. So you can definitely see that there is a real good scaling, a very well-balanced composition. So it really matters for this Lee Sin to make some plays, get the Dragon's Rage on top of anybody they can pick up. If it's going to be the Galio, it's going to be a little bit interesting, because he could definitely taunt an entire team if it wasn't done right. So back towards the side of Rida, there comes a Garen.
Yeah, man. Okay, so they pick the Garen here, and of course the Lee Sin on the other side. Katarina getting locked down by Sephiroth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And obviously, this is not the final, champions that will be used by these players. But let's see exactly what Buck responds with here, Contra.
Yeah, Buck definitely needs to lock in the Baron lane, and it will be a Fiora. Early on, we saw a magnificent play coming from Emotion. Let's see where can Dust pull it off, because Dust, I remember him being an exceptional top laner back in the days, so he will be pulling some really sick plays if he does it right, but he'll be facing off against a Garen that's a little bit more tanky, and I can't really see where exactly this Katarina has a place, because if he were to go in with the Death Lotus and, of course, wreak havoc upon all the other members of Insomniax, he needs to choose the correct moment right now, because it's really hard to initiate when the Braum is going to be up front in your face, landing that Glacial Fissure. It will automatically cancel that Death Lotus coming out of Katarina.
And I am looking forward to that, right? Because those moments will be the highlight for both of these squads. But based on the picks here so far, it's still high chances for Insomniax, or does Team Rida here look like they stand a chance to fight them back?
That's right, and with that, I really do like the ideation coming in from both ends, where on the side of the blue side, well, of course, that being Team Rida, they seem to have a really good pick composition. If they can actually get the Katarina up and running from the get-go, it'll be a really, really good sign for them to just step onto the plate with a high-pressure game, crashing onto its either the side lanes to get even more of these pickoffs and snowball out of control. That's what they're looking at. But I feel that Insomniax won't give them that much of that opportunity, as we saw pretty much a team fight-oriented comp coming from their end.
Yeah, so a lot of line, a lot of what we saw in the previous match is going to be, I guess we're going to see flashes of that in here as well, right? Because Linkx kind of showed us exactly what their team fight composition and how that destruction could be brought forth so early. And this early engagement, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will just look to start things off hard between Team Rida as well as Insomniax. Sephiroth will be falling back together with Swarks in here. Galio, they want to go and take the red buff first. a early teaser for both of the squads there, Contra.
Oh boy, it definitely didn't start off on the right foot for Team Rida, but that was something that I was also expecting coming from Insomniax. I mentioned to you that they have wealth of experience, and they started off with a great invade on towards the red side. Well, over on the mid lane, this is where things get a little bit tricky, because Devil X, what he has to do is to, of course, wait till he gets his ultimate of Death Lotus up online, and to face off against this Orianna, she doesn't exactly have the range, so it gets a little bit difficult if she wants to move forward to farm. So Orianna, if she is smart enough to just zone them away, this will be looking pretty good. Sephiroth now almost landing the taunt, but not exactly all too good. And first, the flag drop goes right in, and Latte might just be slaughtered off for the first kill of Team Rida. Make that a 2-kill lead. And my goodness, an instant response coming from Team Rida.
Yeah, man, Sephiroth just was so relentless there. But these early engagements for both of these squads, right? I feel like that was just a strong, a warning coming in from Team Rida's side. Insomniax might want to rethink their aggression that they are showing in here early in the game. But obviously, this is the teaser for them, don't you think, Contra? Notification almost going to get taken down here. One more shot by Dust, and here comes the backup as well. Notification will get away, but for how long, as Buck comes in there for that final takedown.
Wow, what a beautiful rotation. Like, did you even expect the Braum to be here to begin with? And as if 2-man wasn't exactly enough, I guess that definitely is an assurance. Now, back towards 2-2, pretty much on an even score line, but Insomniax getting the first blood, getting a lot of all these great lead, and this kill on that Garen really opens up so much space for this Fiora to, of course, take a lot more control, and as if she needs even more. We started off with her already pushing the waves all the way towards the tower, and that sets up that beautiful dive for Linus to come right in, and of course, well, to just come into contribute.
Zafirot dropping back in here towards guest B for that backup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Why? Because Latte, together with Buck, they have proven to be quite a pain down here at the Dragon Lane. They want to still make sure they don't lose too much of space here. That the shield just giving Buck so much of defense. And ever since we came in here with the 2.2 update, this guy's just so strong, Contra.
Yeah, I gotta say, of course, a lot of all these nerfs as well as buffs have seen a little bit of change of pace, but Kaisa is still a solid pick no matter whichever meta that you go into. As long as you play your cards right in the early game, you can actually have a really smooth cruise from the mid-game onwards. But what I've been noticing on the minimap itself is that this Garen, after being taken down, he's having such a difficult time. I kind of wish that the camera shows a little bit of the action up top lane. We have 15 seconds before we have our very first spawn of Drake, and this will be heavily contested as it is the Infernal Dragon.
Oh, and Garen will still stay alive for just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, taking on this whole wave of minions all on his own. More than enough for that wave. And it looks like this fight will break out, and no mercy at all from both the squads, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But it looks like Team Rida are the hungrier ones, because the Infernal Drake is about to get taken down, and nobody from Insomniax is in the vicinity, Contra.
Yeah, and speaking of which, that was actually a really good setup with the Cataclysm locking down the Lee Sin in place. So Linus has already used all that he has, except for the Flash, of course, which I felt that he could have possibly bring it up. And with that, not only did they lose a member, Insomniax, they lost out on that Drake contest, and Team Rida definitely starting off strong. And this is what we talked about much earlier, like, yeah, new names coming to the scene does not mean that, they're the team that's going to be somewhat, quote-unquote, underdogs will lose out games. And now, just look at the scoring lines, Team Rida back on track.
And that's exactly what ESL is trying to achieve through the ESL Mobile Open as well, right? I mean, anybody, no matter who you are, no matter your age, you can come in here and you can compete on the pro stage. And that's exactly what ESL has prepared for all of us with the support of Maggie Hot Cup, JBL, as well as You a platform for any gamer, mobile gamers, to come in here for the take. And look at that! He flashes away in the nick of time. No takedowns between the two, Contra.
Well, there was almost a casualty right here, and indeed, there was Team Rida's Galio being taken out. Zafirov will be back online, as he didn't really have many utilities to expend in this sort of way. So, just looking at that river fight, it definitely looked a little bit messy in such a way that there wasn't really a point of contest to begin with, because the Rift Herald didn't really come up online, but it will come up right now. So Zafirov, Swak X, as well as King Gerby, they look to secure the Scuttle first, but there is a ward coming out of Insomniax. If the Lee Sin will be able to safeguard his way and smite this, then Team Rida will be beating themselves up. But there's something going on in the mid lane here. Heroic entrance, not landing on towards anybody just yet, and with that, Sonic Wave does not connect, but Zafirov, he's looking for a pick, and there's no backup from the side of Team Rida to get this catch underway.
Yeah, none at all. Do you notice that Garen as well as Buck, they've dropped all the, not Buck, Dust, they've dropped all the way down there to the bottom now, and they continue their little tango with each other.
Yeah, and I believe that that tango didn't really go anywhere, as Nova, he's just trying his best to hold on. He understands that this is not the point of contest, especially when he doesn't really have too much up available. Dust has already completed a Trinity Force way beforehand. Same goes to Dan, who's already got that Luden's Echo up online. So in terms of clearing speed, I definitely think that Insomniax can apply a lot of pressure. And look at the information left available on the map. All these wards being placed can definitely let the Lee Sin know, okay, this is definitely not the place I want to be, but Nova looking to start the fight, and there we go, Cataclysm's up a little, but he doesn't seem to want to commit to it, as she could easily just dash off.
Yeah, and fair enough to call off that engagement, right? But Swox was on point there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now Insomniax close to, well, is it close? The Rift Herald is under contention now, but Zafirot, as he drops back for the little peek towards that Rift Herald, the rest of the team, Insomniax, will reposition themselves. Now, I wonder if or not they are going to turn right back round as a team fight breaks out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Swox is going to be in a lot of trouble. Xaviroth flashes away, but Galio gets sliced out anyway. And it's going to be Swox next on the list of takedown. Devil Triple X, and he's not going to be able to survive for much longer as Team Rida slices the double kill just like Insomniax.
My goodness, it's still a double kill coming in for Devil X, as that Death Lotus may not have did too much damage, but I believe that it could have gone on a quicker reset when it comes down to the damage output. Perhaps she was waiting for the Shinpo to just go off cooldown, and thus takes position on towards the mid wave. He will be making sure that there's no point of contest for this second Drake that's up on line. Swox now making his move, and here it comes. The riposte has already been used up. Dust gets knocked up in the air, and there will be a contest.
Wow!
And he is still coming out of Team Rida as Dust goes on the chase. There will be a little bit more blood being splattered here as they will take down Zafirov, and here comes the flash as well. And Bot X, he will be able to back out in no time. And that makes it pretty much the lead being secured by Insomniax.
I don't know, man. Insomniax might just get another bout of insomnia right after this. Team Rida, the moments, I mean, the seconds that seem to be ticking on the clock, they seem to be ticking towards Team Rida. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the gold and a 4K lead on the goal for Insomniax. Not too much to catch up to, but Team Rida is going to be slaying to catch up. And it's going to be Lotte almost taken down. And that rampage just falls through as Devil Triple X goes down. Zafirot on the chase. Dusk here together with Buck as well. Doesn't get that slay. And Lotte just goes in with a cheeky snip at that very end. And so far, Insomniax, although they are not really doing really well with the scaling, they seem to be holding their ground contra.
My goodness, that Cataclysm locking him down, but the jungle that's hurt aggro, and somehow, they still took down Torex. Yes, Linkx kind of give his way through, and initially when I look back into the fight that you were talking about, right down the bottom side, Devil X kind of moved right into the fight all by himself, and there was not enough members that can actually support him while he tries to pull off a Death Lotus on towards 3 members. And with that, those 3 men just focus fire on towards this Katarina that was pretty much left out in the open, and that was pretty much what I expected with this pick coming into this draft, which can be a problem if Team Rida does not know when to pull the trigger.
Yeah, a look at Lotte there with all of his items just absolutely stacked up. He's going to be such a beast in this game as they continue.
Yeah, and in this fight itself, we went into the instant replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup, and it was a beautiful flag and drag that goes in towards the Drake pit and easily goes in for the smite alongside with flash to make a quick escape out of that. So 2 Drakes in the hands of Team Rida. As much as they are behind in goal, I believe that when they go to the late game, once King's Gatsby gets all these items up, he should be good to go. Like, you see, they have a lot of tankiness in the front line, so all they have to make sure is to keep this Katarina safe, and King Gatsby on that Ezreal, he can definitely take good care of himself. Well, meanwhile, for Insomniax, we do see some really good pushes that has happened due to Dust going on a split. And speaking of which, okay, that safeguard brings him back pretty much on safe grounds, but it's kind of like a push and pull in the mid lane.
Well, in that mid lane fight will continue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Both the turrets and the mid for both squads so weak. Zafirot gets B. They have to hold back. Devil X in here as well, just waiting for the players of Insomniax to come in here for the push, but neither one making those mistakes. And so it will be a stalemate, but just for the time being. Now the players from Team Rida, this could be a mistake. They need to go back in here real quick. Notification goes in for a quick jump, silences his opponent, and it is all good in the fight down below. And the mid will break up as well. 28 more seconds and we get another Drake in the game, and the fun starts all over again, Contra.
That's right, and there's a little bit of invade inside of jungle as Linus tries to steal this red buff away. He will do so. Dragon's Rage on top of that coward as he makes the sweet escape with the flash. So does the Fiora, as Dust will be able to burn out quite a number of elements, but same goes towards their side, pulling a desperate attempt, but Linus has got what he needed. So there will be a reset as this Lee Sin is pretty much low, but then again, for the side of Rida, they are stopping them on their tracks and calling this dragon in and forces Insomniax to respond.
Yeah, they force Insomniax to respond, but can Insomniax get it done? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here's the attempt for the steal, but a great prevention coming in from Team Rida. But they still do manage to go in for that final hit. Contra, impossible. I thought Insomniax lost it when they reset, but they still come in there for that slay.
Yeah, and we see them getting aced out, and yep, they might have actually lost this Drake, but what they got here is even better than the Drake. An early Baron buff is incoming for Insomniax, and this is pretty much a freebie. Just look at the death timers, there's no way that they can come anywhere close by, and with that, we also have Dust pushing in the mid lane, which leaves them down towards the tier 3 up in the mid side, and he's still at it. He's not even backing off. Okay, he will. He has no more mana left to live with.
But look at the top of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That turret, that one final turret, so weak, and he will be. I mean, we need to leave it to Dan to go in there for that defense, right? Because if Dan cannot get it done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, then they will be pretty much just open as the turret does go ahead to fall as well. Team Rida Insomniax 44k versus 53k on that goal. Insomniax clearly doing so much better, but look at those 3 Drakes on Team Rida's side. Contra, I mean, with the takedown of Baron and the 3 Drakes in Rida's side, do you think it's enough for Insomniax?
Well, I believe that this will definitely bring them a little bit of a lead just to even the odds, and in fact, they're definitely having more of the goal on their favor. Here comes Heroic Entrance as they will have them collapsing upon Death Lopez has already used up alongside with the Cataclysm. My goodness me! The damage is good as they're looking for King Kirby. They will dive upon. Here comes the flash coming from Latte as well. Killer Instinct popping off, and that will be another ace coming out of Insomniac.
Oh, and with this ace, the damage can be brought forth. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is just open field. I mean, this is a buffet laid out for the team of Insomniacs. And look at this, yo. They go in for that final slay. Can Notification do anything to keep them away? The answer is no, as Team Rida.
Victory!
Dude, Contra, did you see that coming, Contra?
Well, I believe that they had some sort of chance coming into some of these fights happening over on the river as they contest for that Drake, but they kind of tunnel into a few objectives, and I just say that Insomniacs, they just responded better by making sure that even if they take that buff, it doesn't matter. I'm going to just kill everybody off this field and eventually look to open up the map. And yes, they did. They did that with even a split push coming out of Dust, and it goes to tell you that these guys from Insomniacs have the better understanding of how to play the macro game. Now let's have a look into some of the stats here, as we will see Latte as the MVP with 10 kills in the bag, and it's only 10 minutes in the game, mind you, that he's completed quite a number of items. He's got the Infinity Edge, he's got the Blade of the Ruin King, and I don't even need to mention about the rest, you know, just go down the list. Like, this itself speaks volumes.
Exactly right. And to your point, man, within 10 minutes of the game, he already had his whole lineup of items completed, and you're just ready to destroy his opponents. And quite honestly, Team Rida, they went in there, they played the game as best as they could, but they were just outclassed with Insomniacs. And Insomniacs, I think they were taking a nap halfway through that game. Team Rida needs to find it within themselves to make a comeback in here, because if this continues, we might just see another 3-0, because that just looked way too easy for the Insomniacs. Team Rida, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I mean, the maximum damage that we saw coming off of their side is from Gesby, and that was quite expected, wasn't it, Contra?
Yeah, it definitely seemed to be so, if we're just looking at some of the damage being done. I felt that some of these team fights, of course, did look pretty much well coordinated coming from Team Rida, but they were really putting everything on the line, all the eggs in the basket on Devil X to pop off, in which there was a few occasions that he did have some significant plays, but yet again, it was way too much to really hope for that, as they have been able to shut down not only the Katarina, King Gatsby. He was trying to dish as much damage as possible, as he is the one coming out from Team Rida that has been able to deal quite a number, but yet again, it was pretty much a lot of all these setups that come into play as well. If you look back into the side of Insomniax, Latte definitely had a lot of backup, especially in the form of their jungling Lee Sin. And when the Braum comes smacking in with a Glacial Fissure, you better run, Katarina. So with that was game number 1. So I believe that there's still a whole lot to talk about here, but we're going to be waiting for that post-analysis to break it down.
And this was like at the start of the match, right, where we saw Team Rida go in, and quite honestly, nothing much in between them. The laning phase was quite straightforward, but the aggression was on display by both of the squads so early, Contra.
That's right, and initially, this is what snowballed this Kai'Sa into a killing monster, and yep, there was a little bit of a flare play coming out of this Katarina with the double Shinpo to secure those double kill, but this was that steal that happened right here. But yet again, look at where Dust is. He turned it around, making sure that nobody walks away out of that alive. And yep, the Katarina jumping into 3 members, not the brightest of idea.
Yeah, and from that point onwards, it really looked like Team Rida did not have the control on the map anymore. They went in there for those steals on those Drakes, and oh, beautiful, absolute solid steals. But what did that actually bring them? They went in there for that risky gameplay, and it just got them aced out of the game, and that just opened the floodgates up for, you know, the opposing team, right? And Team Rida just couldn't do anything about that. Insomniax was so relentless, Contra.
And you really have to give it to Linus. Yeah, usually you blame your jungler for not being able to smite that Drake off, but it was the recovery that actually mattered a whole lot more for this out of Insomniax, right? Like, if you were to, if you take the Drake or not, you need to respond by having an equal barter. And that barter was more beneficial for the likes of Insomniax, as 2 times they went in for these Drakes, yet they walk away with, of course, the Drake, but they lose every member and gave away that Baron. And I guess that's where they just shut the doors.
Yeah, and literally losing those members meant, and losing a member is all right. Getting aced because that was a full-on commit for the Drake steal, and that's exactly where it broke down, right? And I feel like hopefully they make this change as they go into game number 2, because if they keep getting themselves into these team fights, which we clearly have seen that Insomniax has gone in depth, well prepared for those team fights, you know, Team Rida is gonna be riding off into the, well, it's not the sunset, it's already late at night, riding into the sunrise tomorrow morning with a lot of tears in their eyes, right? So hopefully, man, hopefully in round number 2, we kind of see Team Rida come back in stronger and see that momentum maintained throughout the match.
Yeah, and this is just the start of it all in match number 1. So from what I can see from Team Rida is that they definitely have potential coming into team fights, but they just have to improve in the overall skill of the macro game. So with that, I believe we're going to be taking a short break. And of course, thank you to our official tournament partners. With that, we thank Maggie, Yudu, as well as JBL. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, more action here happening in Wild Rift.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happens.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war. But I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know. Somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know. Somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky diterlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Once again, welcome back to our show here. It's the ESL Mobile Open presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift 5-on-5 Icon Series Summer Season Cup. And all of this is made possible with our official twin partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. So, I can see the reaction right here from the Mustachio AJ that he's got some cravings that needs to be fixed.
Dude, you need your fix of Maggie Hot Cup, man. And I'm not promoting it because Maggie's the sponsor or whatever, okay? If you're Malaysian, if you're a gamer, there's no way you're not a fan of Maggie Hot Cup, all right? It just feeds you as you game throughout your whole life. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, match number 1. I don't know if some of you were surprised, but I was definitely surprised by the sheer tenacity that the Insomniacs kind of showed in that match there because, you know, in terms of the scaling and, you know, going in for those Drake steals, Team Rida kind of got it done really well. But the Insomniacs contra, they showed us exactly what price you pay when you go into a fight without checking out your opponent's might first.
That's right. And speaking of which, you know, it has been pretty much of a really a close matchup in some certain aspects. But when it comes down to maybe, you know, the overall picture, I think that Insomniacs, at the very least, when they do lose out any objective, they have plan B. The plan B being thus actually going on a split push, or even better yet, close up the entirety of the fight while you still can. And that's what they did. They have the best of both worlds going on their side. yeah, it didn't really matter if you throw more Drakes over on the side of Team Rida. But, you know, Team Rida shouldn't beat themselves up for what happened in the past game. After all, they did manage to get a few leads here and there.
They need to beat themselves up, but just not very badly. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe just a tiny wee bit, you know. Of course, they got to get everything pretty much well connected when it comes down to how they coordinate. And you know what? You guys can also keep connected with your friends as well as family throughout this Ramadan season with Udo. Guess what? We can actually offer you something great here with 5 GB worth of data to be free. Is it 5 GB, 2 GB? Well, you know what? Scan the QR code whenever it pops up, right? So with that, yep, I'm pretty much correct. So that's going to be 5 GB worth of data for you. Just click on the link or you guys can just scan the QR code. So Mustachio, there's just so much we got to talk about here before we get ourselves in the game. But some of them out there, you guys got a Maggie Hot Cup. You guys are the MVP.
Stop saying Maggie Hot Cup, bro. I haven't eaten my dinner yet, man. I'm super duper hungry. It's so cold outside. It's raining. It's still drizzling over here. You know, at times like this, a Tom Yum Hot Cup. Contra, Tom Yum Hot Cup can change your life. Okay, and maybe that's what Team Rida needs. Yeah, maybe that's what Team Rida needs to wake themselves up, because going in there for the full, going in there to steal the Drake obviously was a great idea. Going in there and fully committing to steal the Drake and then getting yourself aced, not the best of situations. And they didn't get aced just once. They gave that exact same opening to the Insomniax twice, and that's exactly how they got their Nexus busted at the end as well. You had Notification, reviving at the very end with one last feeble attempt, but that was it, right? They've already lost way too much at the start to make up for it at the end. And the gameplay at the end, although they've already lost so much, it just wasn't convincing, right? And hopefully Team Rida comes back into match number 2 and fixes that, because most of what can be fixed for their own victory here is just the engagement part. And like you say, man, check out the ban fix, bro.
That's right, and we're going to be seeing a couple of things being banned away, and that being the Akali as well as Fiora. This is all target banned towards one person only, and that is thus overall towards the Baron lane, and for very, very good reasons, right? We saw some spectacular plays, that Garen getting ousted away from his Baron lane itself. I guess it was definitely tough to deal against, but we got the Diana as well as the Malphite being banned away, so it makes things even easier when it comes down to a really tight corner team fight. So we start off with Nova here locking in the Kaisa being a hot party pick coming into the competitive scene. And in response, we got the Gragas as well as the Rakan for a wombo combo setup.
Yeah, we've got a Braum here being picked up by Swags as well. Super solid champ. And Galio might get locked in once again. This time, Team Rida really, really wants to fly in here and see if or not they can. Let's see if this is a full-on team fight composition that Team Rida wants to drop in here, Contra.
That's right, and I gotta give a big shout out to a friend of mine that is back in the Philippines named Kaisaya. So, Kaisaya, she's been doing a lot of all these statistics, and she's been hosting a lot of scripts. So she's been calculating a lot of all these win ratios when it comes down to a team composition. And the team that has the entire fielding of Akali, Gragas, or even Galio alongside the Braum as well as Kaisa usually has a very high potential to win because of how you can have an equal balance of setup and, of course, a top party pick. Now, moving alongside, anyways, as we got ourselves a few more champions locked in, we've got the Ezreal coming in favor of the side of Insomniax alongside with Ziggs. Meanwhile, over on towards Team Rida, we've got King Gatsby that will be able to get his hands on Grave alongside with Darius for the likes of Nova. So the swaps have already come true, and I'm looking at, well, yeah, this looks pretty much more like it. So Zaphirov's going to be playing the Braum against the Rakan. I believe that they do have a very solid bottom lane for the side of Team Rida.
And Darius going up against Gragas, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't think Dusk is going to go easy on him at all, man. I mean, together with that Braum, I don't know. The damage that they can go in here and deal against each other, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will be just enough to kind of gatekeep, both sides from invading their sides. But the mid fight is something that I'm definitely looking forward to in this match.
And speaking in particularly on the mid lane matchup, of course, we do have Dan here, who has showcased quite an incredible play on his Orianna last game. So coming into the scene here, really showing what he's got, we'll have to see how does he fare against the likes of Sephiroth, Devil X that used to play the Katarina. So I definitely prefer a little bit of the switch up here. Ziggs against this Galio will be pretty much a-okay. As you can see, a very defensive setup coming from the side of Team Rida, not hoping for any invasion into the jungle so early.
And they go in there, prime themselves up, waiting for that push once again, because earlier we did see Insomniax come in and breach the side of the jungle, right? Galio going to just open things up against Dan here, and it looks like Devil X doesn't want to take those risky shots early, so it looks like it's just going to be a regular lady phase here as we open up match number 2 Contra.
Yeah, and I do particularly like this, as this is definitely a classic way of League of Legends that we are very much used to. So no treatment set up over the mid side, no hanky-panky going on towards either side of the lane. So Nova here gets to dish out a whole lot more against us, who's playing on the Camille. But the beauty about the Camille is this: once she gets that level 5 and has the Hextech ultimatum, she can easily dive down towards the back, locking any target that they want, and of course focus fire upon that set champion that they do lock on. So that's where Team Rida really has to look out for some big plays coming out of Ducks.
Yesby and Sephiroth doing quite great, holding down the line at the Dragon lane there, pushing back this Insomniac squad. Devil X! As he goes in for Dan, it's a 3-on-1 situation here, but Dust coming in for that gang right behind Notification as Galio goes in and slays. And just like that, Team Rida picks up 2 so early. Devil X going in for the push on Dusk as well. Notification on the backup, but Buck right in front of Devil X might be able to get this slay here, and Devil X just walks right into that one, flashes away, and that might just be enough to get away, Contra.
Oh boy, close call still. If Buck were to take an ignite instead of a heal, that will be a goner for the Gallo that was just a tick of health left. So the question was, that fight for that Skull Crab, was it exactly worth it for Insomniax? The answer is heck no. Like, they even lost the Scuttle at the very end. So that is going to set them back a little bit as we look into some of the items that's being built. So Galio will start out with the Rod of Ages eventually. That gives him a little bit more of a better scaling. But over here, we do see a little bit of entrance coming in from Buck, but no heavy commitments whatsoever heading into its bottom side.
Yeah, and that was great, right? Just trying to bait in Sephiroth as well as Gatsby, but that's not going to happen once again, as it is going to be Linas going in together with Dust. Notification in here for the solo, but here comes Devil X together with Swag, and all of a sudden, it's a 3-on-2, and Linas needs to buckle away. Dusk on the run, but gets slain at the very end, and this is what Team Rider's all about, Contra.
My goodness, that final blow coming from Swag X, absolutely sublime, just by the tip of a pixel. We better get a replay on that, because that response coming from Devil X is just absolutely perfect.
Too good.
Like,
yeah, man.
With the heroic entrance to respond to the Hextech ultimatum was something that I didn't really see it coming from miles away, and yeah, that definitely
literally
set
right.
Insomniax even further backwards.
Yeah, there's no exaggeration there at all, man. He was miles away. And then Galio just came swooping in. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and this is a setup right now by Team Rida. They want to go in here for the Drake, but here comes Buck as well as Latte. And here comes a surprise. Linkx with the defense. Support from the back as well. And he will go on to push Latte out of there for Team Rida to just swoop up Drake number 1. Is it going to be a steal at the very end, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I guess not. They tried.
Yeah, that true shot barrage really came very closely. Very cheeky attempt coming from Latte nonetheless, but not too shabby after all. Now, Team Rida, 4-0 up ahead. Insomniax probably feeling a little bit with jitters right now. And you gotta really thank Zapgroff for a beautiful setup. With that, Glacial Fissure that crashes them upwards. And now, just looking back at the items, we got Cinder up for the Gragas. So a lot of HP items being set up just to also shut the waves a little bit better. We got a BF sword coming in from Kaisa. And this will probably go into its a death dance much earlier, as it's looking to seem so. Now, still a little bit more goal to upgrade that, and speaking of which, that will be the Luden's Echo up available for Dan. And looking at some of these summon spells, all of it is up available, so if they were to contest right now, it will be a full-blown fist fight. And Buck, you might actually know about this. Thank goodness he throws out his first spell just to get a little bit more information, but he walks towards the graves.
Yeah, better safe than sorry there by Buck. And just enough, I would say, as Swox goes in here for the quick gank right behind. And Zephyros coming in for the full commit. Swox so ballsy as Latte is there for the backup as well. Buck for that shot, doesn't get the takedown. Linus will pay for that, and he goes in to do so. And it is Galio who had that slay. Swox almost taken down as Dan comes in for the chase. He gets out of the way, and Swox will stay alive. He goes in back for that reset. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, so far, Team Rida showing you perfection.
And you can definitely see that Team Rida has a plan, which is to just putting a lot more pressure on the wounds of Insomniax, and that was pretty much the right call. Like, you've already got treatment set up, great. What about sending this Sword X all the way up forward, as Devil X has already got the heroic entrance ready, up available, and Insomniax just have to give it away or just lose members, and which they did. So 6-1 right now. No contest coming in for this Rift Peril, but Dan's gonna try. Just a tick of health left, and that's gonna be the smite. And that's the thing about Braum, right? He can block even the elements coming in from Azrael, but they are looking for a full commitment here, which I don't know why would they actually commit. And here comes Security Lindsay as well, and all of them crest right in. Beautiful done, and it pulls them back. Now hunting for Dan, as it's a take of health left on towards Buck, and that would be an easy rapid for Rock Axe as well. Oh my goodness, Team Rida looking to
Annihilation. Latte standing still and just solo in there, but they know better, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to pick on Latte. They will back away. Devil X together with Gatsby, and Latte is not going in for that full-on pressure, waiting for those minions to come in here for that backup as well, as Swox tries to gank him from the back, but knows slightly better than that. They cannot commit against Latte, and they will pull away from that battle. Well called by Team Rida, something that we did not see a lot of in-game #1 Contra.
That's right, and this is where they play a cleaner team fight when it comes down to all these contests for the objective, and so far they know how to zone them at bay, and here comes Aperop. He should be able to stop them on his tracks. Glacial Fishes connect as well. Where are you running, Dan? And I guess there's not enough damage to commit, so Devil X understands his limits at the very least, so they will just go in for the reset. But 5 seconds later, this is where they won't see and set their eyes on towards this Ocean Drake.
Well, Swox takes down the Scuttle early. Buck as well as Latte dropping in to come and see if or not they can say hello to that Drake as well. Swox and Zephyros looking to sort this out on their own. Gatsby just waiting right behind, looking to see if or not anyone from the Insomniac squad comes in here for the engage, and they will go in for the chase as well, Contra.
Wow, Zorex now trying to actually land a killing blow, but course, he's already expended it out and not having that to his avail. But Linus, look at him buying time and a little bit of the show off that he is. He's running out of mana, so I'm definitely having his days numbered right here. But kill going on towards Devil X for a rampage.
Oh, Devil X, man, how many has he slain so far? And they will continue pushing down mid just with this Rift Herald in tow. But I think Insomniax will do just enough to take down the Rift Herald before their turret can be touched. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the push by Dan, Buck, as well as Lotte. But Devil X together with Zafirov coming back in here for the defense, pushing them back. Yes, speed drops in as well. And it looks like Buck gets eliminated. And Lotte just has to run away. Contra, what are we seeing here? Team Rida, this is such a different side of them. And Swog's gonna go in here, take the Drake down solo. And looks like the Ocean Dragon is in the bag as well, as Team Rida just wants to eat up the Insomniax as Lotte runs away. Gatsby on the chase. Lotte responds, but Gatsby with the kill.
My goodness, what a play that was. A perfect execution coming from Team Rida. And you saw that barrier came on time as King Gatsby is calm and composed to take on that 1 versus 1 initially. And he's got the backup coming from Devil X, so there's nothing to worry about. 14-2, and we're playing at a different speed this time around.
Yeah, and it's a better speed for both of these squads. We get to see exactly what's running through their minds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Dan as well as Buck, they are going to be dropping back in here closer towards Baron Nashor just to check the area out. And here's that instant replay once again, right, Contra?
Yeah, and you see him pushing on the turret, and he's confidently taking this fight as much as he was taking 2 shots from the turret, and he was one hit away from death. That's where the hero entrance comes in to protect that Kaisa, and also having the barrier coming up online just to save him in the nick of time. And speaking of which, Killer Instinct being popped, flash available as he goes on the chase. And same goes to Buck, both of them expending everything necessary to keep us alive. But there is a little bit of split coming on as well. As much as there is a little bit of room, I don't think they should Baron right now, as there is a ward being popped by the side of Insomniax. They know what's going on, and this is where Hell might just break loose. Linus in position, Buck as well. Now 50% health left on the Baron, and this is where the rest of the members are coming right in. Teleport comes through, and here comes us. Hector ultimatum, they lock them down, and here comes the York entrance as well. And they will focus fire on top of these members. And yet again, Team Rida, they come up on top.
Oh, and they have slain the Insomniacs, and they're going to take this Baron Nashor as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once they go in for this slay on Baron, it could just spell the start of the end for Insomniacs. We've seen them make that comeback before. Devil X in here with the chase together with Nova, and they don't really get the takedown, but it's just enough. They've created so much of space between themselves as well as the other team. Baron Nashor falls to Team Rida.
I've been waiting for games like this for the entire day, and I'm excited to see what goes down in the entirety of the best of 5. So, zooming into this situation, just looking at the call for Baron, do you know how risky that was? Because there was a ward on top, and yet again, they managed to actually reset and focus on towards the fight. Bringing the Baron down to 50% was definitely a great idea, but if they didn't really execute it well enough, Insomniacs could easily steal that one away, but hey, 17-2. This lead pretty much breaking through 10k or 11, so to speak. All they have to do is just keep on the pressure, and Team Rida should have this one back.
Yeah, man, and look at the split push coming in here now, down at the Dragon Lane as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This might just be enough. The Dragon Lane needs to wait for that minion support, but right up top here in the middle, it is Zephyros together with Devil X. Gatsby on the backup as well. Swox comes in for the back gang, doesn't go in for full on, and he manages to just hold back. Linus on the run, but it's going to be Devil X right there behind him. They will take down one more turret right in, and the inhibitor right after. Galio always getting it done for his squad. Devil X just so effective. Linus comes in for the defense, but it's going to be Zafirov with his shield right in front of his teammates, and the defense might just prove just enough. The response from Team Rida will come back in shortly as they continue this split, Contra.
Well, I saw what happened in the mid lane. There is explanation to why Bucky chose to give his body up in return. He was hoping that takes out the minion and that will stop Team Rida from taking the turret, but apparently not so. They are tanky enough. Just look at the items here. So much armor as well as health being built by not only the Braum, like just seeing an early turret mill, kind of scary if I must say, because that actually counters a little bit of damage coming in from Dust that was battling him much earlier on in terms of laning phase. Now, 18-1 is definitely very hard to come back from, but Insomniax did put a little bit of an effort just to defend that inhibitor turret up in the mid lane.
And but is that gonna be enough though? They've lost 3 Drakes. They've also lost Baron Nashor, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't know what else Insomniax can do to make a comeback in here right now. This might just be one of the final pushes. Look at Linkx, very, very cheeky in there. But Sephiroth as well as Devil will fall back. And it is going to be Gatsby that pulls in the bait. Linkx falls for that bait. And it's going to be a 2-man push. Oh, so close. And they will still survive for the time being. Team Rida needs to bail before it's a little too late. And Insomniax thinking the exact same, Contra.
When I'm looking towards the mid lane, there's still a split push going on. As you can see, a very risky play coming from Dan. He won't get spotted out, and he will get the perfect recall. So this is where something happens up the top lane. Teleport comes right through, and here comes Dust as he will arrive to the scene. He's looking for a chase as he looks to secure a knock. And here comes the active ultimatum as well, locking them into place. Responded with a heroic entrance, and now chasing in for Sephiroth, and Sephiroth survives. Dust goes down. The rest of Insomniax being torn apart into pieces. They go.
Is there gonna be an ace?
And Latte is the only man standing, as it won't be an ace for now. But what comes next is going to be Team Rida gate crashing the scene, looking for the Nexus as well to tie the scores 1-1 if they may. The timers are good, and what can Latte do but to watch it fall? There's no minutes left. It might just be the saving grace for Insomniax.
Team Rida backing away, but they will go on just to come back for that retaliation. And this is the final push for the Nexus. And game over as Team Rida makes a comeback, pulling 1 match in the bag. Insomniax did not see that coming at all, Contra.
That's right, and remember the hype? We talked about this team securing 26 kills to 3. Now they're doing this against Insomniax, a team that I do believe can handle pressure, but this time we see a little bit of a dent coming in from the side of Insomniax, and it comes in swinging from all fronts, coming from the early phase of the game, and I believe the major blunder happened in the early phase where they were all contesting that scuttle up on towards the top side of the river. Let's have a look into these stats as we slowly talk about a few things that goes on. And well, some of these situations will be pretty much harsh for Linkx as well as Buck to swallow, both having 7 deaths and no kills whatsoever. And perfect score sheet for Swarex, Double X, as well as King Gatsby here. You look at the 8 kill, 14 assists, 9 kills and 10 assists, which tells you that these guys know exactly what they're doing the entirety of the game.
And this was exactly the sort of response that we wanted, that we expected Team Rida to bring forth. I don't know how confident I was in their ability to bring that forth, because in game number 1, they were run over by the sheer tenacity of Insomniax. But just like you pointed out, right, Contra, yes, a few mistakes made, especially with that scuttle, but if we go back and we look early in that game, right, it all started down at that, the Dragon Lane, and the push or the offensive push, just making sure Insomniac stay within their side of the map, I feel did a lot as well, because the pressure that they continuously tried to push down there at that Dragon Lane was such a huge distraction for the Insomniacs to kind of contain here.
That's right, and I'm looking at some of the things that have worked really well is Swarex with his maneuver of his Graves, especially when we saw that fight breaking up top lane, where it was pretty much of a push and pull, and that response coming in from Devil X, dropping in with a heroics entrance to counteract
with whatever went by from Insomniax, there was no answer to that retaliation where Team Rida understand that, okay, it's our time to shine once you push and shove. And SoarX, he was at the right place at the right time every single minute of the game.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all, right? I mean, this guy, he was the MVP for me for sure. But like you said, man, the heroic entrance by Devil X, absolute perfection. It was, of course, Dan that kind of dished out the most damage in here for the Insomniac side, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, just managing to take down 2 kills in total. I have a feeling Insomniax has got something up their sleeves, Contra, because it's such a huge contrast, don't you think? Game number 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a stark difference when it comes down to how it was being played, and it's also a very different graph coming from Insomniax. And what's to note for the fact that Dan has dished the most damage, although they were on the losing side. He dished about 25k, and that's the highest one as compared to even the opposing side who have just won this matchup in general. So we're definitely going into, at the very least, 4 games. So we've already got 2 being settled up, and well, I can't wait to see what goes down on the upcoming ones itself, because this might just be a brand new rivalry that will be sparked here even in the open qualifying stage. And imagine this, if we go to the group, that will be even better. So let's have a look into our post-analysis stats and for some plays that have happened. Yep, this was the skeletal fight that I felt was unnecessary.
But as we saw both of the squads go in, right, one thing that if you notice, Contra, is Team Rida backed away from engagements this time. Unlike in match number 1, where they were so careless in for that full-on 100% committal, and they just kept getting aced, right? But this time around, they knew when to back out, they knew when to go in, and this chase down on Buck as well as Lot, it was absolute tenacity that Rida showed in this match here.
That's right, and also no mercy given. Just look at this perfect killer instinct dashing forward. And even after they killed that, it doesn't seem like it was done. Kirby still looks for the kill. Like, this play in particular was the highlight of the match. That 1v1, and yeah, it didn't need the Galio. It just needed a little bit of that Baron to come up online. And this call for Baron was one of the riskiest that I've ever seen in competitive play so far in Wild Rift.
Yeah, and Sephiroth, he and his stupidly strong shield, which just blocks everything in its path. You know, Team Rida just had the perfect mix of champions this time around. And I'm just curious as to how they're going to take the match number 3, right? Because hopefully we see a lot of these exact same brilliant gameplays, as well as those, you know, split-second decision-making of when to engage and when to pull away from that fight. Because this time, they did commit. But I didn't see a 5-man committal game where, you know, they put their own squad at risk. We saw those, you know, risky gameplays coming through, but those were mostly a 2-on-1 or a 2-on-2 engagements that they took the risk on. And Team Rida just needs to keep that up. And if they can, we might just see them come back in here with another win yet again, Contra.
Yeah, I believe so. And speaking of which, it was a great pickup after pickups of kills after kills.
Yep.
And that definitely snowballed into this big win that we see coming from Team Rida. So with that, we're tied 1-1 from both ends, and we'll be coming back shortly here right after this for game number 3. I guess in a few moments from now.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happen.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator, let them know
that the weights up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not even to lose, just fascinated you. Fascinated you. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not even to lose, just fascinated you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sipping dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever act with so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Drink a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Drink a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good. Hella more fun.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Rift is just crazy. It's a party in here, and the action is brought to you by Contra as well as the Mustachio. This is the ESL Mobile Open, brought to you in partnership with Maggie Hot Cup, JBL, as well as U2, the 3 brands that are just leading the gaming world thus far in terms of support. Now, Contra, we have a all situation here, and what a crazy comeback that was by Team Rida. And not only was that a comeback, but it was also a huge statement to spell it out to the Insomniacs that we are not just here because we are another team that beat a weaker team. We are here because we deserve it, and you might be the next one that we slay. How high do you think their chances are right now?
It's kind of like a 50-50 what I'm looking at. Even the perfect 5 games to end the night, that will be very much possible. Like, you saw
Yes.
that very convincing win
Yes.
from the side of Team Rida is due to
Yeah.
very much everything in the box being ticked up. Like, from the
Yes.
get-go, those pickoffs were absolutely perfect, and I gotta
Yep.
really commend every single one of these members, especially, Zafirov there in certain team fights.
Oh.
Usually, Abram is just a damage-soaking machine, and he walks
Yeah.
out of that as if it was nothing. And those glacial fissures pop into place. Same goes to Devil X on that Galio. I'm expecting a Galio ban coming into game number 3. Well, I'm calling it right now, right? Or else
Yeah.
it will be snatched in from the likes of Insomniax, because they can definitely play certain cards right and come up with certain similar drafts.
And let's see if or not the bans and picks will kind of decide the game before it even kicks off next, right? Because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the way these guys are playing it, I feel like, even those bans aren't really going to affect them too much. Both sides have shown us that it's not just about those individual picks, it's about that teamwork as well. And talk me through this ban, Contra.
Well, we are seeing a Diana ban, and for some reason, Insomniax doesn't want to see any Diana come into play, because easily when she can just dive into the back line, of course, give everybody a big black hole suction into wherever she stands, and instead of getting rid of the Galio, okay, I guess I may be wrong, so call me out for that, right? As they will be banning the Galio. They won't be banning the Galio. They will be banning the Darius instead. We won't be seeing any Akali coming to play, and this time around, they also removed Yura and bringing in Kaisa for themselves.
Interesting, right? And I could have sworn, bro, that Galio was such a pain in their hide earlier. So Gragas getting picked here by Team Rida, definitely a great pick. But then again, just one on each side. I'm really curious as to how Insomniax is going to take this, man. Are they super or we just could see them just pick a counter for the Galio and expect a Galio pick, because Swox clearly has gone that.
Yeah, he definitely have gone rogue, and for this very particular matchup into the mid lane, we're seeing an Orianna matchup coming into face off against the Galio, or for some reason, I believe that Team Rida can still flex pick into this, because they've already got the Gragas, they've already got the Galio. Yes, I definitely seem to have called it out from here, because they picked in the Lee Sin, which is bound to go into the jungle, meaning to say that this Gragas, it's either it's going to the top lane or even as a support, as they can also play into this Lux on towards the mid lane. So it's definitely a draft that is very, very flexible. Now, Latte responds with the Camille. I believe that Dust wants to go for another chance at this and brings in the Wukong into the jungle.
Oh, all right. Okay, so a Wukong addition there. And Insomniacs are just gonna pop off like crazy. But looking at the squad that's being put together by Team Rida as well, no doubt, man, this fight is gonna be hot from the get-go, Contra.
That's right, and I'm looking at how they want to execute things, as you will be placing the ball on towards this Wukong for Cyclone, and that's where the Shockwave will just clamp everybody all together. It's a very good team fight composition that I'm looking at here for Insomniacs. Same goes towards Team Rida, because they have solid initiation with the Explosive Cast or even the Dragon's Rage coming in from both the Lee Sin as well as the Gragas. And if all else fails, you know who's the hero in this match. Devil X coming in with a heroic entrance. And I also do like this brand new pick that was introduced into this particular matchup with a Xayah coming to play. So it's a Xayah with a Lux combo. So one good snare coming from the Lux will be seeing pretty much them locking him down, especially if she has the Featherstorm up available on that Xayah.
Well, and let's see if or not they do allow that Lux to go in there and scale, right? But one thing's for sure, man. I just cannot wait for the 22nd of April, right? Because I believe that's the day where Remus drops into the Rift as well. And with his entrance in here, it's really, really going to change up the way these squads go in there for those plays. But anyway, we'll leave that for the 22nd, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. For the time being, Team Rida going up against the Insomniacs. Based on the bans and picks, do you have a call, Contra?
I don't really have a call. I do like both the drafts right now, I'm looking at both
I do
sides
too.
having advantages when it comes down to different phases of the game. Especially on the late game phase, Insomniax will be able to actually get quite a good control if they were to be ahead.
Yep.
But if they're not, they definitely will be struggling in the team fight against Team Rida. Now, we set the tempo here for our third match of the series. It's Insomniax on the blue, while Team Rida takes on red side. As we do see a few of these members marching forward, I believe that will not be a connection on towards thus with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, so that's just strutting in there a little bit too fast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But it was a great encounter, managing to pull away in the nick of time, because if she had gone in there for the full-on push, an easy 2-on-1, right, and Notification would not have released or let go of that opportunity. But of course, your early laning phases here, nothing much to shout about, unless that Galio chooses to go a little crazy there.
That's right, and I gotta say, early game Galio not really the most threatening or the one that actually packs too much of a punch. So there will be a ward being dropped right into the blue buff as we are seeing the Wukong coming to secure his blue sentinel. Now the question now is, can the Lee Sin come in for the contest, because he's currently doing the Krugs. So I believe that's not going to be enough time for him to head over to snatch that one away. But a little information definitely goes a long way still. So with that, they will be perhaps calling the cavalry real soon on this top lane, because Nova is pushing forward. He does land a body slam. Here comes
He's in.
Sword X as well. Tries to land it. It's not if he misses. And thus, he jukes that one away and he stays alive.
Oh, unfortunate, right? Because I really thought Swox was coming in there just to finish things off, but unfortunate, man, that, all of them, they just hit like, a bunch of pillow filled with feathers right now. Sephiroth, Gatsby right down in here. But here comes the final push by Buck as well as Lotte. And it looks like Gatsby wasn't ready for that. They go in and they manage to take down Sephiroth first. Gatsby will still stay alive, but that's damage done enough already, Contra.
That's right, and that definitely sets the pace here with the first blood in favor of Insomniax. And thus, I gotta commend him because he kind of saw it coming, and now perfect stun on top of Notification. He pops the barrier, but how long can he hold? It doesn't seem to be all too great, but all the cooldowns have been busted wide. And Nova kind of walks away with his life still intact. So great effort coming from Dust still.
Absolutely right. And Dusk lucky as well to walk away with his own life intact, because one simple mistake there and he could have lost it. And that reset coming through for Notification as he drops back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and goes back right in there for the push behind his minions is not going to be too much of an issue for the team Rida side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Insomniax, they want to place that pressure on. The lead on that goal, just about that 1K, not too great. Dusk doing all right. Notification in with that pressure. Is Dusk gonna lose his life? And all of those minions will help Dusk just hold Nova back. And well played by both the teams so far, Contra.
Yeah, I gotta say that the Gragas definitely respected Dusk quite a fair bit, because he still has his ultimate available if he were to use his body slam and get pretty much countered with the Hextech ultimatum. He's going to be pretty much in a pickle. Now, 30 seconds, we'll definitely be seeing a little bit of contact, but here comes the Glacial Fissure. Perfect execution coming out with the Killer Instinct as well. Featherstorm in response, but it will not be able to take down any of these members of Insomniax. And you can see Linus just prying open from the bomb side.
Yeah, I mean, look at Gatsby go there and drop all of those feathers, but nobody's going to be falling for that anytime soon. Notification still trying to take Dusk out of the equation and finding it to be a tough task ahead of him. 15,000 gold right now. Insomniax just scaling that gold up little by little. And right now it's going to be Team Rida that comes in for the attempt on the Drake. Down right there behind him. He can go in for the quick jump in, but they will choose to go in for the engage first off. And they're going to leave that Drake and come in here for that full-on team fight.
And you saw a perfect Dragon's Rage with an insect move, and Team Rida found an advantage by removing Buck and with the pressure off of them, and Linus now down to less than 50% of health. It's really hard for him to contest, but he will still try with the blast cone. They do have vision on this Drake, so if he wants to, he will go right in. Here comes Heroic Entrance, but this Drake is still for the taking, coming from Team Rida, as they will lose another member in the form of Linus.
Okay, so far so good for both of these squads, right? Swox right now, so much of pressure goes in for the blue buff, and Buck is going to be able to come in there and disturb him just a little bit. Swox better move out of there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and here comes that chase, and Lee Sin will still survive. Galio in here for that backup as well, so nothing much for him to worry about there, Contra.
That's right, and at this point in time, you can see the goal has evened up after the Drake being secured by Team Rida. So this is where it goes back to even Stevens, right? But looking at the itemization, Insomniax have already finished up key items right here with Trinity Force up online for the Camille. Wukong will be able to secure himself the Guardian's Angel as well as the Ludens in Dan's arsenal. This will definitely dish out a little bit more, but with that, in response, we have Devil X already getting himself the Rod of Aegis. And with that, this calls for a Rift Herald contest. That cycle is perfect! My goodness! The combination with Buck is fantastic!
Whoa.
And here comes the Battlestorm actually clipping manually members. Helpor coming in as well. And this is where they will buy a little bit more room for the escape coming in. But on the back end, it's gonna be Thus that's making all the plays, making the moves, and Thus needing to actually secure the power flow. Nova knocks him backwards, and Insomniax will be opening up the room to secure the Herald.
What a beautiful play. They managed to go in there for no slay at that very end. That Devil X not getting taken down. Notification in here as well. And Devil X will just return to base, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with that reset. Well played from both of these squads. But the Rift Herald on that pickup there by Insomniax. Gatsby comes in there with the flurry of feathers, but it will be Dusk that flies out of way from danger.
Yeah, now, after losing out that Rift Herald, they're trying to apply a little bit more pressure on the top side, making sure that Dust keeps being occupied by a majority of these players of Rida, while they are still farming out for all these big items. You can already see that she's pretty much building, well, whatever she can. But then again, here comes the Cavalry, and the rest of Insomniacs, they're looking for this dive!
Wow! And they managed to get the gang. Notification almost taken down. That Devil X back in here for the backup. And Buck will run away together with Latte. Notification manages to go in there for a quick sneak. But Linaz makes that mistake, gets taken down. And Latte just couldn't do anything about that. Buck, is he going to be able to get anything done? It is that Galio. It is that Galio with that support that makes Team Rida so strong, Contra.
Yeah, and we do see another kill up top as they've managed to take down Dust on a 2v1 scenario. And what's also beautiful about that fight over the bottom side is the fact that Dan has been able to squeeze that command attack, sending the ball right under the turret, and eventually taking one member off the side of Team Rida. Now, Team Rida calls for a little bit of a backup or just a little bit of reset, if I may say. And pretty much going back to where we started off, like only 1k of difference, which is not too significant, just shows that these two teams still very much capable to take on each other, while more items coming alongside the way. Kinger SB definitely will have pretty much of a spike in terms of damage, as the next Drake will be pretty much heated up with the Inferno will come up online.
Well, Wukong's going back in here for a reset, preparing himself for the Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And let's go, yo. It's going to be Drakey time. And it is a 4-man pileup right around the Drake. But none of those players from Team Rida has managed to drop by in there and scout the area. The battle of the top lane will still continue with Dusk. And Dusk should be more than enough to hold that top lane solo. Linaz with that shot hitting him, almost getting taken down. Gatsby in here moves away, and that is a true shutdown gameplay attempt coming in from Team Rida. Linaz has to run away as Dan and Buck block those shots, and so far so good for Team Rida, Contra.
Well, that was a very bold move coming out of Sword X as he tries to land that Dragon's Rage, but doesn't really seem to have enough damage to be able to take anybody down. Now, Lina is going to be coming right back. He does have Guardian Angels available, and that's going to be a big taunt onwards too, as they're looking for Dan. He's out of mana. Here comes the teleport as well, and the drink is still up available. Let's see who gets this one in the bag. It will be Team Rida with 2 drinks, and they're buying time. Dust walks away alive, and the killer instinct. My goodness, the clutch coming out of the side of Latte, with even more to play out from. Many of these members are pretty much falling low in health. And Devil X, he tries to look for Todd, but it will still be a kill with the Raising Winds falling upon him. Thus, tries to outfight this battle, but he will go down.
Oh, that is so close, man. And just one more. If Dan was there as well, that would have been an ace, which would have opened up the players from Insomniax. Team Rida with that pressure, but they go back in there for that reset because that engage was just a little too heavy. And right now, the engagement at that midsection will come through again as Swox goes in for that early engagement. Buck as well as Dan will have to back away as backup arrives from the side of Team Rida. And that midsection is all solid once again, Contra.
Indeed, and you're seeing pretty much all the minions going back on a reset. We see a 2-2-1 formation coming out of the side of Insomniax for the moment, keeping tabs on towards the river, clearing any sort of wards possible. So from the Insomniax end, we have a catch, and speaking of which, it's going to be the cycle on top of Glacier Fisher, and here comes Heroic Entrance, not landing onto anyone at all. Here comes the Flash, he tries to get a knockup, but he will still...
Yes!
Oh, fuck! My goodness! IX, they're getting torn to smithereens, and this is where Team Rida secures a turret and maybe calls in for the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, and who was it that got that slay, man? None other than Devil X. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Team Rida going in for Baron Nashor, and it looks like it is about to get done. Insomniax cannot do anything about it. Linkx as well as Buck are on that revive. Dan coming in here for the push. Latte from the back. Can he get it done? Can he go in here for that steal and get slain halfway through? Nothing in there to stop them as Sephiroth goes right back down towards that Nexus.
My goodness, Latte just gets a snipe up and he gets a double kill. I thought the play was looking absolutely clean from the side Team Rida, but they overstayed their welcome. So this is where they respond by taking down the top lane.
Okay, and right now it is going to be the Insomniax side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just making sure the coast is clear. Baron not going to get engaged just yet. They need to make sure that they are all solid for this. They haven't taken a peek at their items recently, so I don't know how exactly stacked they are. Linkx as well as Buck going to go in here, just checking the area once again. They've got wards placed all around, so they should be able to tell if or not the approach is coming in from the jungle side of Team Rida. They're going to go in here, pick up the blue buff real quick for Linkx. Guess we heading down towards this mid. What can Team Rida do to make it back in here, Contra?
Well, I guess that it's not really too much of a heavy casualty that we took early on. So, both sides, we just got to look at the items, right? Early on, of course, we made big comparisons. But when it comes down to the team fights, Insomniax got to hold back a little bit more as they need to bait out some of these spells coming in. And speaking of which, oh boy, they could have been a little bit tougher for Insomniax if they were to commit, as now that they do have more members going pretty much on towards the mid lane, it will be 20 seconds before the next streak comes up on available. Now, you're looking for the pickup here, and oh my goodness, they did land the kick on towards Dust just to stop the recall. But then again, it forces Dust to, of course, make a few choices. Now, he's being very far apart from his team, and this is where Linkx says, thank you very much for the ward, I'm gonna clear it up. And a lot of all the other members from the side of Insomniax, they're going on a split push at the moment, as this is Nova trying to take on Dust 1v1.
And if Dust manages to go in here and get it done, no, I don't think so, right? And Noah will back away from that battle as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But here comes that backup, and that backup is going to spell trouble for Dusk. And this is not going to be good because Lee Sin is stalking. Oh no, goes in there for the reset, my apologies. And this is all good as notification gets denied, and he doesn't get to retreat back to his base. Dusk goes in for that final slay. Is he going to be able to get this takedown? And he gets kicked away, and all for a good reason. Dusk can get out of there and not get slayed.
Yeah, and that is pretty much of a good execution move coming from the side of Insomniax. However, Dusk, of course, being outnumbered by the York's entrance. We also see for the fact that he almost got cancelled out by the explosive cast, but he definitely timed himself on the nick of time. And here comes Dan! Oh my goodness, that insect kicks on towards the wrong direction, and he has to pay the price. Now he tries to buy a little bit more time with these statuses, but there is a fight erupting towards the mid side here with another cyclone connecting on towards 4. But how long can they hold? He tried to take down the lead.
Needs to run, bro.
He survives, and they are pretty much all scattered up. Here comes Double X, and the X-Tech Ultimatum connecting on towards Devil. Here comes Sonya as well. They will connect.
Pass.
My goodness, this fight extending far too long, and they need to find ways to pick up Buck as they are pretty much down low, but consider it a big win for Team Rida.
Oh, it was a huge win, a waterfall, and each and every single one of those droplets of water just getting picked up by the Team Rida side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That tsunami heading towards Insomniax. They have to back away. Too much of damage taken there by both of these squads, man. And Insomniax, they did well to hold on. In terms of those gold, it's not too much of a difference between the two. The two Drakes on Team Rider's side, they might be able to take this advantage. No one has gone in there for Baron Nashor just yet. And here are those items. Look at how stacked these little boys are.
Oh boy, and it's definitely interesting to see this Gragas actually looking for that Torn Mill into the Sunfire. So it's definitely hard to actually take him down. So gotta be putting your focus elsewhere. And this is where Devil tries to actually look for the taunt. He's going to be missing it out, but this is where the turnaround comes in. The snare is built full. Glacial Fisher being popped up. Same goes to Cyclone as well. Here comes Tusk going for the back line as the Bearstorm has been
Devil!
and there will be one man down from Insomniac. But yet again, they're trying to pull through, and that will be the shockwave to pull Nova back. And now, this is where Insomniac can apply more pressure to take whatever they need.
Well, they will back away first because too much of damage taken up by Buck, Dusk, as well as Lotte. But they don't back away towards their nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they won the Drake. And if Team Insomniax gets this Drake right now, they might be able to turn the tide of this match. They took that Tsunami, and right now they'll take the Cloud Dragon as well. Why? Because if you want to send that water our way, we'll send it right back. And it is Gatsby right now picking up that that red buff, and it's gonna be all good on that prep for war, because what's about to unfold in a few moments, Contra, might just call how this game goes.
That's right, and I'm just looking at the items itself. We do see the Wukong pick up the teleport enchant, so he can definitely get into this fight across corners. And if they were to choose to do split pushing, that is definitely a viable choice as we look to how they have already built up. So we got the IE BOTRK up on available, and this is almost a free pick with a flash coming out of the side of Buck as he gets himself pretty much in the safe territory, popping up the ward on towards the corner. That's the only thing he wanted to do, and you can see a great control coming out from Team Rida across the river as they secure the Skull Crab.
Well, and it's going to be Swox who goes in, Scuttle taken out already. Is this going to be the setup for that Baron takedown? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Zephyroth right here in front. And so far, so good, right? He managed to go in there, take those wards out, because vision is going to be everything. As Wukong steps in here, look at the vision that Team Rida has right in front of that Baron, man.
Yeah, and it's pretty much well lit up across the entirety of the river itself. So consider no contest happening for the next few minutes. But then again, for the likes of Team Rida, as much as they do have a little bit of those initial lead. Insomniax, after that pass fight, you can see them really regaining the confidence to hit in towards any of these battles, so long as they can actually connect a couple of all these chain crowd controls and reserve a few for the extended traits, which we saw multiple times. Like Rida, they will respond real quickly, especially burning out Devil X's ultimate will be a key factor in many of these occasions.
Now, Buck doing exactly what was needed there. He goes in there and de-wards just a little bit, but no, man. Look at the side wards being placed by Team Rida, right? They are relentless. They wanna have full-on vision there, but the response coming in from Insomniax as well. They've got eyes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just trying to get it done against Notification, but it's not gonna be just good enough, as the turret is gonna be placing quite a bit of pressure on Dusk. He needs to back away from this engagement. Notification coming in here for that push, but those minions will keep him busy for just a little bit. Dusk, super cheeky with that engage, will back away. And the mid is fortified for the time being. Both squads still going in here. They want to continue scaling. Neither one wants to take that risk, Contra.
Well, speaking of which, it's already the late game. We see a couple of all these players from Insomniax hitting level 15. Same goes to Team Rida having the Galio with max level. So they're just making sure that nobody commits any mistake, because that will be very costly. What Dust is trying to do is to pull a few members down towards the bottom side of the lane. And once that happens, that's where Insomniax will make the call either to push on the opposite side over the top lane or force this Baron, because now with all these vision being cleared up, Team Rida is absolutely blind hitting in towards the river. And once they step right in, this is where they might actually commit a few errors, but Rida, they're taking no risk. They're also having a few of these scanners up available. So with that, they should be able to continue with this warfare. And here comes the Elder Drake up for the contest.
I really thought that was Baron time, but they were getting prepared, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for this moment as they go in here for the full-on team fight. Once again, Lina is almost getting taken down there, and it'll be Devil X on that backup as well. He needs to fly out of there as Lee Sin gets dominated, taken down already, and they lose yet another with Swags. Devil X on that Slay as well. Notification out of the equation. Bye-bye, Gatsby. Is this gonna be an ace? Yes, it is, boy, and it's gonna be Insomniax with a full-on push down that mid lane.
It's a pentakill as well for Latte, the first one for today, and a perfect way to close up this game 3. They've been waiting for a mistake, and this one is too costly for Team Rida, and Insomniax now takes their way into match point.
What are we seeing here, Contra? Epic freaking matches from both of these squads. There's no way of calling it between the two, right? So, and like you said, right, my friend, towards that very end, they're just making sure that they don't make any mistakes whatsoever. And just moments after you said that, the mistake, can we even call it a mistake? That perfection was shown, and that ace together with that pentakill came out, and they just ripped through the Nexus for the win.
This is how competitive it can get, and with that pentakill, I'm pretty sure that's being clipped in the highlights. But before we talk about that, let's talk about the results, because Latte, not only did he get the pentakill, which hardly even happens in competitive play, he walks away with 12 kills, only falling down once. He hasn't even gotten his hands on a GA. You can see that he's already had a full build heading in towards 20 minutes of play. So the member with the least amount of resource in this game is not exactly the problem. I'm looking at Linus here that gave so much to just buy the Sterox as well as the GA, and eventually, of course, going on towards the Randwin's build. So just looking at the overall composition from both ends, I think both ideas are pretty much correct. Zafarov, unfortunately, is a little bit more immobile. Yes, there was damage contribution and the early game snares were good. But heading towards the late game, the Lux will stop scaling as Gatsby, he dished the most amount of damage in this game. But it wasn't exactly enough, because you see many of these front lines, they are doing their work, but it was really difficult when it comes down to a dive coming in from Dust as well as Linus. And if you add Buck into the equation, you can dodge every single one of these moves. So
Yeah.
it's either your front line gets torn apart or Gatsby gets taken down way too early and loses out that damage output coming into team fights.
Well, Team Rida thought they had the answer for the Insomniacs, but the Insomniacs, what a way to stomp the opposition down, man. I mean, Dan picking up that 32,000 on that damage, but look at Gatsby there, the 38k on the damage, and there's a reason why he's raked up so much, right? They were just so relentless in that match against the Insomniacs, and they were hungry for that kill as well, but they just weren't as aggressive in match number 2 though, don't you think, Contra?
Yeah, and Insomniacs, I believe that they lost too much lead in game 2, but in game 3 right here, it was definitely inches away for either side to take the game, and it was Team Rida overcommitting, trying to extend their way in towards the enemy lines of the jungle, and they got caught up for it, and they paid the price. And that's where, in such a position, it definitely feels so bad, especially when you are facing against a Wukong. You should not exactly commit that error on a choke point. You can see that in terms of the terrain, there wasn't really much of a room for them to escape. Yes, maybe for the Xayah, she got the feathers. Maybe she got a little bit of room, right? But for the rest of the other members, yeah, once you're caught up, you just gotta commit. And speaking of which, we got to speak a lot more about this game because it was just so close. So let's break it down. So we start off here with a really good combo coming out of the bottom lane, and Insomniacs, they were putting up a front and they tried to steal this Drake away, but it was a little bit too late and Linus got caught out. So this is where he falls behind. He doesn't seem to get too much of gold, and this is where a little bit of a pickup coming in from Dust to really set up the tempo with a double and eventually securing that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and no matter how many times the Insomniacs kind of got pushed back, they never let that waver them at all, right? And as we saw them move through that match, they just never allowed that exact same mistake from game number 2 to happen again. Insomniacs, they didn't allow that game to get out of hand, right? They always kept tabs on the players from Team Rida, and they kept it really close, man. Even with the team engages, right? As we see here, when Latte went in there for that chase, they knew well and true that they could get that takedown, and this was that split-second decision by Lotte there on that double kill as well, which was just making those decisions that got them that win at the end, Contra.
That's right, and I gotta say, all these fights that went back and forth, it definitely went down the wire. This fight in particular, I want to break down. As you see, that heroic entrance got right in, but didn't really clip on towards the rest of the members of Insomniac, and so much room for this Kai'Sa to just rip down every single member for this beautiful pentakill, and that was pretty much it for the game. Like, one tiny little error is all it takes to change the tempo, and Insomniac did it in stylistic fashion.
I cannot wait to see them go up against the likes of, well, we won't say names, ladies, German boys and girls. We'll keep that for the group stages, right? But what Insomniacs have kind of proven here already, that no matter how this day ends, Contra, I'm going to be sad, because it would be a blast to see both of these squads at the group stages later on, but only one can proceed from here on in.
That's right. This is where only the tough gets going, and unfortunately to say, we need to say goodbye to one of the teams at the very end of this best of 5. Now, Insomniacs does have a lead. The question is, can they actually press on the attack and secure this spot to the group stages? We'll definitely have to find out right after this. Of course, thank you guys so much for tuning so far, as we'll still be able to break down some of the matches. We're going to be going in towards match for, well, yeah, exactly. Match number 4 pretty much shortly. And my name's Contra. This is the Mustacho AJ. We'll be right back after a short break.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Good. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
We go back, like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. And we go back, won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. And we go back, like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back once again, and the games are getting more and more intense here as we go into game number 4. It's absolutely spicy like a Maggie hot cup. My name is Contra. This is the Mustachio AJ. I know you always can't wait to get your hands on those cups. Of course, you can stay connected with YouTube, and of course, if you guys want to relax and kick back for a little bit, listen to some of our beautiful voices in this cast, and even better in high definition with the JBL. So with that being said, yep, Mustachio AJ, I'm really jealous. I kind of wish I could just get my hands on the brand new headset like mine. It's been years, I'm looking for an upgrade. Any sort of recommendation that you can actually give me?
Quantum 600 onwards is already awesome. A lot of people think that, oh dude, the Quantum one is quite pricey, right? And those are your big leagues. You don't even need to hit your Quantum 1 to get that 2.4, Wi-Fi dongle that kind of eliminates all that latency. A wireless headphone and no latency means perfect gaming experience, man. www.jbl.com.my, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for more info. They are on Shopee as well, so sneak in there. Can the Mustachio get you discounts? I don't know. For you, Contra, maybe call me later, bro.
Well, hopefully, hit us up, JBL. So with that, first we focus on what's going on in the Rift, because we got ourselves one of the best of 5 series that we've been witnessing throughout the action. And last game, Insomniax having Latte securing a pentakill. Man, that was absolutely juicy on that Kaisa, as she went in with the sickest killer instinct that I've seen from the entirety of the tournament thus far. So with that, we'll still have maybe 2 more games, unless if Insomniax closes the chapter here with pretty much this match point that we're looking at. So 1 game for Insomniax to take, or we will see a reverse sweep on the way, because we've seen Team Rida. They were pretty much on point, but it went down to the wire on that very final fight where they overextended just a tad little bit.
And they've shown us already that they can respond every time they get thrown down, right? Now, they rose back up in game number 2. I believe the opportunity for them to rise back up in game number 4 is there. Whether they take a reverse sweep or not, I don't know, whether that's possible, because, Insomniax looks crazy good, and they look focused to get the win. But I'm pretty sure Team Rida is capable of pushing us into that game number 5 for that final decider. Let's see. You want to know what's happening there? It's because you haven't had your Maggie Hot Cup today, Contra.
Yeah, of course. Got off on the wrong side of the bed, and of course, been hungry throughout the whole day. And this game is driving me nuts. That's why my hair is just all over the place. Like, yeah, we'll get our fix later on. And man, let's get into action within this crazy match number 4 that's coming up next. Because, boy, Team Rida, they were doing everything right. And now, Insomniax has responded.
Yeah, man.
I want to see that happen.
Because they're both so good, and I'm just disappointed that we cannot see both of them just move forward to the next round, right? Only one can stand strong, and Team Rida, unfortunate, bro. It's just so unfortunate that pentakill just had to befall them at that very end. But then again, even if we didn't see Lotte go in there for that pentakill, someone else would have just swooped that up as well. It wasn't just down to Lotte. That whole team fight was just absolute perfection coming in from the Insomniac squad, right? And they managed that crowd control so well. None of the players from Team Rida could actually even think of running away. They did try. We saw them try so many times, but they were just hunted down and slain, right? As they come back in here, they need to do exactly what they did in game number 2. So much of aggression, so much of control at the start of the game, and of course, getting the draft picks right. The bands and picks Contra as it comes through once again. Fingers crossed that Team Rida gets it, because I want to see a game number 5 that both of these squads truly deserve.
That's right, and quickly into the draft, we've already seen 3 bans come by. We've got Akali, 100% ban rate. We're not going to be seeing that. Well, is it insinuating to Rito that we need to get a little bit of fix coming for Akali? Well, we'll see, maybe upcoming patches for sure. But we do have the Ziggs as well as the Kaisa and Darius being banned away. Now, interesting enough, because they are on the red side for Insomniacs, they don't want that opportunity to give away this hotly contested Kaisa pick. Instead, they see Diana being the one opened up. They immediately lock that in, and this is where things get even juicier, because Insomniacs, they're stealing away this Galio.
Linkx is not going to be happy about this at all. So Dust goes in there. So Lee Sin gets picked up as well. Brom, super strong support in here for Team Rida. Let's see exactly how they come in here for the response, right? If Galio, is no longer their man to depend on, how are they going to go in there and swoop in for those heroic save moments for Devil X, right? We will see that, man.
That's right, and I do believe that this Diana is kind of like a flex pick. It can go inside the jungle, it can also be playing in the mid lane, and it can go toe-to-toe with a Galio. So right now we're seeing a Fiora up on towards the Baron lane. So to actually counter that, I wonder what exactly would the pick be, because for a Galio, not only for a Galio to fight against her, if you were to pick something like a Gragas per se, it wouldn't really end up too well because he's only going to be dependent on some of all these sort of V spells. But what's going to happen on the top side is going to be one of the most epic battles we see in the Baron lane. Because this is a Camille versus Fiora, which means it's really down to the nitty-gritty details of how they actually play out this fight. It's down to a skill matchup, and we are already seeing this entirety of the draft come into effect. Yes, it will be a Diana up on the mid lane challenging the likes of the Galio, and now Sword X bringing his 100% win rate Graves into the line.
I have a feeling Insomniax is looking to end this in the next match. They don't want to push this to a match number 5, and I understand their fear because Team Rida, man, you cannot give them those opportunities. For all you know, they might just tank one and steal it away at the very end. So if Insomniax wants to guarantee their spot, they need to get it done right now, because if they manage to give Team Rida that confidence that you can take on Insomniax and slay them twice, the third time, that confidence boost might just be enough for them to pull off a juggernaut over the Insomniacs, right? So far, loving the bands and picks contra, but the Insomniacs look slightly stronger from the get-go. What do you think Team Rider's game plan might be here?
I do feel like they have very, very solid draft as well, and I'm looking at the top lane for this matchup. Like a Fiora versus a Camille. Let's see how they can interact. So you can definitely go in for the riposte just to block off the stun if she were to just push in. And speaking of a push here, we might have actually seen an invade happening in the past few matches, but now teams are taking it one step at a time, and Team Rida don't really want to start off on the wrong note, especially with a point down in terms of this best of 5. Now, over the mid lane, I feel like this Diana will be able to apply quite a lot of pressure coming in towards this melee mid lane matchup, but in terms of damage, Dan has been able to dish out a whole lot more, and judging for the fact that Dan can also absorb a little bit of magic damage, this will be a little bit difficult in the early phase, but once she got her up, that's where Devil X can respond much better.
Yeah, for all of you who are new to the game, just like the Mustachio is, I'm a baby in the Rift. The warding, the laning phase at the early in the game, as well as those side wards play such a huge and crucial role in this game, right, Contra? Look at the way Insomniax has just lined up all of those side wards to make sure if at all Team Rida does come in here to push into the jungle, they will be able to respond. And Rida doing the exact same thing, but as usual, what we've seen thus far, they always try to throw that ward far into their opposition jungle. Notification almost getting taken down there, but nothing too much to get excited about, because all just teases up. But Swox coming in to get involved, on the other hand, might just turn things around. Swox, and he sees Dan on the approach, needs to back away, and the mid lane fight is gonna get a little spicy as Dan goes in for the chase on Devil X. Devil X surviving, but for how long? It looks like it's all good. That warning has come through, pushing those players back, Contra.
You can see that Dust is so confident to take on this Fiora and just exchanging with good response. Now, this is where the Camille comes in with some really good shielding as well, with the passive being procced. Now, that Scuttle fight could have been really close for whoever to secure, and of course, bring up the shields as Kirby tries to, well, Gatsby, to correct myself, is very much close, and here comes a flash, and he knows that he's slightly out of range, will let Dust slide off.
And Swox just coming in there for that gank at that very last moment. Dust managing to pull away just in the nick of time, Contra. But the Lee Sin here going for a reset together with Galio as well, which means the mid is going to be quite open for the clearing. Are they going to go in here and touch the turret just a little bit? I believe they might just go in here for that push because those minions are already up top on that mid there.
That's right, and so far, coming into the early game, I believe that it's really hard to take down the turrets. It just takes a little bit more time for them to have a little bit more pressure coming through. Now, with the Diana, what we're going to be hoping to see is a 5-man pull when she opens up the ultimate. But, of course, we're not going to be looking at team fights anytime soon, which is why we're focusing on towards this top lane matchup, which has been going pretty much even. But over on towards the Drake, which is spawning about 20 seconds from now, that's where Insomniax can force members of Team Rida to respond. So, for now, it's still pretty much early to tell what's going to be happening, but overall towards this 1v1 skirmish, it's still a little bit of a back and forth of poke and push and pull.
And both just trying to test each other out. Oh, here comes Buck for that backup as Sephiroth and Swax goes in for that push. It might be a 3-on-2 situation, and Sephiroth does not see that coming, but Guess B is in the vicinity as well, which means Team Rida has nothing to fear, as Insomniax needs to back away. Lee Sin, he has to fall back into his jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Drake might fall into the hands of Team Rida. Well, at least they do have the river for the time being. The gank might just come through from the players. Look at Galio just hanging around the mid there, but he's going to be kept busy as well, Contra. So I don't know what Insomniax is going to pull off here.
Yeah, I definitely believe that the Diana needs to keep him at bay so that he can't use the heroic entrance. And here comes True Shot Barrage landing outwards. Buck, he's still getting chased down. Shorks tries to burst him down, but he still survives. So with members being pretty much low on HP, Team Rida, they want to secure the Drake. Now bring it down to 50%, baiting them to come right back at him. Now, this is where it gets a little bit trickier. Oh, there we go, sucking it up, and it will be Linkx forcing a flash. Glacial Vision not hitting in towards anyone, not connecting the dots, as the monsoon will come up. A little bit more health left on the Drake, and it will force more members coming right through as they push it kill. Linus! What on earth? That is not supposed to be even legal, as they were so low. But yet again, Insomniax, they did walk away with any kills. It is pretty much even up with the steal.
Yeah, so that was a direct answer to my question, right? Exactly how will Insomniax respond to the situation as Lee Sin dropped back into his jungle there. They were just waiting for that opportune moment. What Insomniax has shown us so many times now, Contra, which they're so good at, making those calls as to when to disengage from battle and when to go in for a full-on commit. And they didn't go in for that full-on commit. They managed to go in for that steal and then later on for that wipe, right? Absolute perfection. But of course, Team Rida going in there for those kills, not gonna be making Insomniax very much happy. We've seen exactly how Rida has managed to close that gap so many times, right? With those goals being so equal so early in this game, it hasn't left their hands just yet.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Like, yeah, they're 2 kills down. Still what, right? Like, kills, you can find them in a few pickups or so, but this is where things might just get hit up over in the mid lane here as they go in for the dive, and they pull both back. Oh, will soon have to be popped up, but they will take a belt flap as the Jonah survives, but not for the Gallo. Dan goes down. He gets no more resource as there comes the grand challenge for the top side as they will take down Notification, buying that Triforce. The rest of the cavalry has arrived, and this is where they need to be quick on their toes, and they're holding back. Dragon's Rage might just be up, and he doesn't seem to have it, but this is where Insomniax will be able to pull the trigger. Now, trying to look for more kills. Double X. Instead, 4 men down. Insomniax, they take the lead.
Oh, Linez with that revival at such a crucial moment. This Lee Sin just did enough, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that items I mean, it goes on to play such a huge part in the game. And that's something I truly didn't understand when I first started this game. And I just went running through without any items in my pocket. And I just got slain again and again. Sephiroth, as he drops back into the mid now. Dan will back away as Aleeson resets himself. And Dusk will follow along as well. Insomniacs, they want to go in here for a full push down mid. And that's exactly what they'll come back in here and do. Full on with that HP.
Yep, and speaking of the Guardian Angel that you mentioned, where people who used to build Guardian Angel was because of that this item was very cheap, and let's have another replay up top, right? So they popped the Guardian Angel, and he was so selfless, and he bought so much room and spacing, and just look at this perfect flash of the Thunderstorm for Latte, and he will be able to secure that double kill. And now 3-5, Insomniax takes a slight lead. But yet again, this is still a little bit too far to tell, okay, who's exactly taking the lead. But in terms of pressure, Insomniax will be putting and applying whatever they can over on the mid lane here, as they've already opened up top side. So free reign inside of the blue Sentinel will mean that Dust will try to help the jungle secure it and almost getting a catch on towards Nova as well.
Ooh, notification wanting to come in here for that engage, and Linus might just get caught out in a 4-on-1 situation. Dusk in here with that support as well. Buck is right there behind them, and there's nothing for them to worry about. Gatsby walking right into a trap that he cannot go in for a full commit, but Sephiroth goes in for that gang for support. Swogs in here for that push, and the players from Insomniacs will fall back. The trait of a true champion, truly knowing exactly when to pull that trigger, man. And that's exactly how I would describe Insomniacs. They really know exactly when to jump in for that fray. And in 25 seconds, we will see Baron Nashor jump into the game. We've also got the Drake alive and kicking here. Will Rida go in, or will Insomniacs manage to touch that?
Well, with the Herald being spawned up to the mid side, this will buy a little bit more time because they prioritize their tower before the Drake. So this is where they need to hope for a steal, and with that Dragon Switch, it buys a little bit more time. And speaking of which, it will be a steal come from Rida. This is on Linus as he tries to pull the Dragon Switch, but with that, Zanya being pulled up as well. And instead, my goodness, he zooms right past and having the perfect setup. This will be a retreat coming from Rida, as there will be a grand challenge coming across the side. Now he will be able to get the full healing out of it, and this might just be a triple kill imminent coming out of Team Rida, making a massive comeback out of the deficit, and this calls for Baron as well.
Oh, they managed to go in there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Ace out. The teams of Insomniac and Baron Nashor will get picked up real quick in here. Team Rida, they have gotten everything done just nice, but just not strong enough to take down Mr. Baron. They have to go in here for a reset. I mean, the ace was good, just couldn't capitalize, Contra.
Yeah, I guess that they're a little bit too low on health to really fully commit towards the Baron, and that's absolutely understandable. And still a very big win, as this will be pretty much as Jill's brought up online. Only a tickle will bring down this turret, but yet again, they are defending hard, as there will be a stack of Brittle on top of Latte. Now pulling back the Feathers, as we are seeing this Diana being a big threat. Now, this is where, when it comes down to competitive play, you have to be really flexible with your pick. And so far, we've seen Devil X going on towards 3 different champions on each specific match. And even without the Gallo, he's been doing so well. Now, let's have a look into these stats. Yes, he might be 1 and 2, but it's pretty much A-okay. He's definitely having some really good items to book off with. So with that, we got Rod of Ages, Trinity Force being finished up. Well, Mana Moon has already converted to a Muramana for the likes of the Azrael alongside with Trinity Force, of course. So with that, I guess it just takes another good fight to put Team Rida back on track.
Linus
boy.
managing to go in there, but then gets hurt very bad. Buck needs to get away from the situation, but gets slain anyway. And what a shot coming in there from Swox to get that kill. Latte on the push so far. Can he survive for the time being as Dan provides just enough cover? Linkx will try to flash out of there as well, as the players from Insomniax understand that they cannot take this team fight against Team Rida, who are just so ferocious in that attack. And Team Rida, they are looking to pull one game back contra. It doesn't look like it's gonna be easy, but they're not giving up just yet.
You can see the determination on their eyes right now as we speak. Yep, there's no camera on them, but they are just looking for pickoffs after pickoffs, and this is looking pretty good. True Shot Barrage does not connect to take out Dan, who's pretty much low on health, but that was good enough to force them to back away, and that was a call from Team Rida to even up the trade in terms of the turret up in the mid lane. So they still could not have that one final tick of health out of that first tier turret, but over to the bottom side, we did see thus buying a lot of room, buying time, and forcing some of the members of the side of Rida to commit. And we're looking at a potential Drake that's coming in 20 seconds, and Kyle Drake giving a little bit more movement speed. Thus might just be hoping to get a catch, but the rest of the Team Rida, they are finding it pretty much easy to defend eventually, but a little bit more pressure up top, and this is where the Drake will spawn.
And let's see if or not the steal from one of the squads manages to come through here, because it's Team Rida that opens the Drake up early in here, waiting for the players of Insomniax to make their way in here slowly. That steal is going to be quite difficult to pull off as one team. Just the one final hit there manages to go, but 1 second too late as Team Rida picks that Drake up.
That's right. I believe that Team Rida is pretty much sick of being pushed and pulled around, right? So once they see the Drake being pretty much out in the open, then they understood that they've applied enough pressure much early on. So Insomniax didn't really have the manpower to contest the Drake in that fashion. So now going in towards the 15 minutes of play, over on towards the Camille, we do see the Trinity Forest Death Dance as well as Starrix being up online. So she will be working on towards a Garden Angel eventually. 2 teleports up available on each respective teams. Well, I gotta say 1 each. So as we look towards the late stage of the game, I'm seeing whether or not can the side of Insomniax turn things over, because we have really good sustain in the form of Buck's ultimate, the Monsoon, just to heal them in the midst of battle. It means that Devil will need to find an opening to really pick them apart. And speaking of that opening, it might just be here.
That was such a good maneuver to get away from trouble. A 3-on-1 situation that would not have ended well. A quick reset as well will be able to assist Buck to get his HP back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This might be a push coming in from Insomniax as they happen to lose a turret down at the Dragon Lane. And it looks like things might be turning around against Insomniax, but we've seen them be put into situations like this before in terms of, Team Rida showing that promise, Team Rida showing that prowess within that match early in the game. But Insomniax, not once, but twice now, have managed to show us that they can take that clutch when they truly need it. As Sephiroth goes in here for that push, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a 3-man pile up together with Swox down there as well. They might try to go in here for a full-on team fight once again. Baron Nashor open for so long. They haven't gone in for that engage. It might happen anytime soon.
Speaking of which, he gets caught out. Now, buying time with the Stasis, but there is not enough members to actually hold the fort. This is a losing battle for Team Rida, but Glacial Fisher will stop them on their tracks. Teleport comes in as well as the grand challenge has arrived towards Latte. This is looking bleak for Team Rida. This is the opening for Insomniax to gate crash into the party and take members down for the side of Team Rida. 1 more kill upon the Fiora, and what they can do, call in for the Baron, because they have lost way too much more than they should.
Oh, and this time, if they go in here for that Baron takedown, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Insomniax can turn this game around so fast. Team Rida won't know what rode into their territory. Sephiroth as well as Gatsby coming in here. They go in here trying to steal, but Red Team has managed to slay Baron Nashor, which means Insomniax are gonna get even more insane together with their buffed up minions as they go in here for that push. Is it gonna be the down mid? As the players go in for that reset, Team Rida can come in here for that response. They might go in and say hello to the Drake later on, but they will need to wait. For the time being, Team Rida can just defend Contra.
That's right. With so much pressure coming out of the Baron buff, all they have to do is stall for time. But with this Elder Drake, that's not giving them any sort of room. So what's going to happen from here onwards is Dust is going to perform a split push up towards the top lane, and that forces Nova to stay put over the top side, and no matter what, they have to actually go in for the fight, and this is where they try to go in for the bait and switch, which Linkx has been able to perhaps pull a bit of attention. But with the Elder up available, now Team Rida, it's pretty much do or die. Now, also on the top side here, that 1 versus 1 cannot mess up from Team Rida, or else this will be a pick, and they are forcing it over the mid side. And here comes Heroic Entrance as well, coming in towards the Braum, and they will get a pick, but there is the Guardian Angel, a great arcane shift coming from the Astral as well, as they will be able to be clubbed up in the mid lane. Grand challenge on top of the side of Linkx, but here comes the Feather Storm and everything else on the line. Team Rida has lost the battle here as they get aced out. Insomniax will be your next team to qualify to the group stages here of the ESL Mobile Open LOL Wild Rift Icon Series Summer Season Cup 4 as they knock on the Nexus. A beautiful performance coming from both sides, but it is Insomniax that will represent this final semis. And boy, oh boy, what a game this was.
Perfection, Contra. Perfection. Waiting, biding their time, not letting go of that space, making sure they were raking up those goals as they were holding back, not making those mistakes, allowing Team Rida to come in for those pushes, allowing Team Rida to make those mistakes, and every time they made those mistakes, they capitalized, and when they capitalized, Team Rida could not make that comeback. And finally, with that Baron push as well, oh dude, I love Team Rida, but it's unfortunate, man. It's just unfortunate. Hopefully, Team Rida comes back even stronger in the next season. But for now, Insomniax might just go on to be a force to be reckoned with at the summer season of Wild Rift here, Contra.
That's right. I've mentioned about the wealth of experience that they had, and now they're adding more into their inventory here as they qualify to the group stages. I honestly want to see Team Rida coming to many more tournaments in the future, as they definitely stand a chance to prove themselves. Now, let's hit into the nitty-gritty of things, which is the stats. Now, Latte hardly gets picked up, and that final fight, we really have to give it to him because of that sort of a response as he heads in towards the final hour itself. Latte moves right in to shred everybody apart with the Feather Storm intact, and all that the members from Team Rida could do, things were looking good initially, but after they expended every resource that is available, they had to fall back. And when they do, Latte was not giving them any chance at all.
Yeah.
And really, credits to him as well as Buck, as they have been able to, of course, hold this fortress for Insomniax and walk away with that beautiful win.
If only, right, Devil X had maybe been allowed to pick up on the Galio, maybe things could have been different, right? Because as he always came swooping in, we saw Dan do the exact same thing in that final team fight as well. The hero comes swooping in at that very last moment, enough to create that ruckus and that opening for that squad, right? Let's see if or not Team Rida can make it back in the next season, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because against Insomniax here, they just couldn't get through. King Gatsby kind of, gets that really, MVP title for the damage. But what's the use of damage, Insomniac says, when you can play the objectives and slay at the right time?
That's right, and I definitely felt that the Baron pressure was a little bit too much on them as well. It's either the response to going for that challenge hitting in towards the Elder Drake that has already been spawned up. So what they did was to force members from the side of Insomniax to respond over on the mid lane, or else there is a chance where if they completely ignore it, there is a push coming to effect on towards the tier 2 or tier 3 turrets over on towards the mid lane. So Rida had a concept that was a double-edged sword, which kind of sliced themselves at the very end.
Yeah.
So I just really can't get enough. Like, this is already a best of 5, and I'm trying to ask for more, but this is where it all ends, right? So both definitely played their part. And what I do note for the fact is that Devil X, he created a lot of clutch plays, but he was building in towards that Guardian Angel for a little bit more sustainability, but not having enough time or goal to be able to make that purchase, as usually an assassin mage wouldn't be building a Guardian Angels for stats, but because of the competitiveness, in order to stay alive longer, the fight meant a little bit more, and he's given a little bit too much by, of course, neglecting some damage output or even better stats to come out of that. So it was a risk that they took, and Team Rida, we definitely hope to see them once again in the future.
And you were spot on with the double-edged sword, right? Because those decisions that they often took as well functioned as double-edged swords. And I feel like they didn't know that. They just thought this sword cuts one way because they went in there for that full-on commit. And many a times, if they had not done that, maybe the state of the where we are right now might have been a little bit different, right? Because Team Rida showed us so much of promise in there. But maybe what Insomniac showed them was now is just not the right time. Now is just not that right moment for them, because those mistakes that they made against Insomniacs would most probably be made against those other squads as well, and will be heavily punished. Because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we proceed on to the next stage, things are just gonna get even more crazier, aren't they, Contra?
Indeed, and of course, we will be checking out the MVP of that matchup itself. It's none other than Latte with a 717 KDA scoreline. And look at the amount of damage being dished out in the match. It's going to be a total of 24k by the end of the match, and high goal damage ratio and the kill percentage for a typical marksman above the average score of 85. So you got to give a credit to Latte, because he definitely knew when exactly to respond to all the aggression that was coming in from Team Rida, and not taking all these risks that possibly he could have been taken out much earlier. So this pick of Desire coming in towards game 4 was the perfect choice instead of going for that typical Kai'Sa option.
And I was just surprised that, they didn't try to go in and try to stop Lotte from, climbing the ranks so early in the game. But then again, they did try to make that approach a few times, but total shutdowns coming in from the Insomniac side. So unfortunate from Team Rida, but Insomniacs really have put on, I wouldn't just say just a show, Contra, but a huge statement for the rest of them who have qualified as well. That I wouldn't say a new kid, but their brand is definitely on the block to make heads turn here.
That's right, and we'll be looking forward for even more action to come in the group stages for Insomniacs as they join along ranks with some of the finest of the country of Malaysia. So things are definitely going to be even better from this point onwards as we head towards the group stages of the League of Legends Wild Rift 5-on-5 Icon Series Summer Season Cup, all brought to you by Maggie, Yudu, as well as JPL. So we're not ending this show just about yet. AJ, we still got to break down this match.
Yeah, man. And these were the fights, right? So early in the game where you would think that, okay, both of them are quite equal, but it was the exact opposite, man. Insomniax came into this game with such a solid game plan. They didn't focus in on these engagements, even with these team kills, with that Lee Sin just raging on. It's those split-second decision making that brought them. They planned their whole game out so well.
Indeed, and that was a steal coming out of the side of Team Rida, and this collapse on top of the mid lane was definitely something to watch out for. And look, just keep an eye on this Bureau, right? Nova, he's been able to just apply the pressure and eventually secure a triple kill in the process. And once again, Team Rida pulling under the trigger with pretty much the final blow coming out of Graves. And after that, it was fights after fights. And this one is where Insomniax, they just spit back.
Yeah, this was the final killer, right? And after that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there was just not much more that Team Rida could get done, because Insomniax, they just went insane towards that very end. But such clean games, if you ask me, Contra, coming out from the Insomniax squad.
That's right. I believe that they might have lost a little bit of sleep, but of course, eventually all of it was well worth it, with so much out there to prove. Now, with that being said, this will be pretty much the end for us here in terms of the games that will be happening for today. You've been pleasant to cast with the Mustachio AJ, and of course, thank you so much for having me here. We got to give a real good shout out to our official tournament partners, JBL. Do check out some of these great headsets that you guys can game with comfort. So head over to jbl.com.my to find out more.
The Quantum series, the best that you can get for yourself. Don't worry about the price, because it starts from the in-ears all the way out to the full-on headphones. And if you want 5 gigabytes of data, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, go ahead and scan this. Sorry, not here, but here. Yeah, scan this QR code and Udo will credit you with 5 gigabytes of data for all of that surfing. And Contra, when Udo first stepped in with those customizable plans, right, it was a game changer in Malaysia, wasn't it?
Definitely is. And of course, you want more data? You got it. You want free calls? You got it as well. So check out Udo, powered by Cellcom, to find out even more. So, you know, you've been talking a whole lot about being hungry throughout the entirety of the day. We got to thank Maggie as well, as Maggie comes in with those hot cups. Now, let's have a look at the brackets before we close out the entirety of the night, because we've got our final few teams locked right in. So we have a lot of expectations to be set here in the group stages.
Yep. Absolutely, man. Let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see who are these squads that have battled through the Mobile Open and slain all of the other squads just to get here into the group stages and finally fight for the top prize at the Summer Series. This is Linkx Esports, who took that 3-0 win over Impact, and they move on to that group stage. And later on in the day, the series that you just witnessed, Insomniax with that insane 3-1 victory. And it was insane only because Team Rida was so good, so strong, Contra, that we almost wanted them to win that series.
That's right. I was hoping to actually see a Game 5, and I didn't really want to expect anything less out of that. Now, it will be even more interesting to see if Linkx Esports were to go against Insomniax, because they had a perfect run against Impact. Although Game number 2 was a little bit of a close call, but they still make the cut, having pretty much that 3-0 being secured. So we will be seeing this team's heading in towards the group stage as Open Qualifier 4 comes to an end. So we've already got 8 teams locked in to play the league. And of course, for those guys who have enjoyed the entirety of the broadcast, I believe that you guys will be hoping to tune in more in the future, because we will be having back-to-back games in weeks to come.
Absolutely, man. And we will be back on the 19th of April, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So don't forget, make sure you mark it on your calendar. I'll tell you right now, okay, 19th and the 22nd for next week. Contra and I will be back for more Wild Rift action. And if you feel like this was already good, the ones who made it past, okay, the ones who made it to the next stage, yeah, they are all the best of the best from the previous stages, right? So only the top level League of Legends Wild Rift entertainment coming up to you guys next week.
That's right. And then, of course, we definitely want to thank you all once again for tuning in. From the bottom of my heart, it's definitely a pleasure to be returning back here. As I started off as a League of Legends PC caster, and it definitely has been months or years. And with that, I thank you very much to all our organizers, as well as the opportunity given from the side of ESL Asia. And on top of that, thank you so much for being such a good sport, the Mustachio AJ. So, of course, lots of love from myself to all of you guys currently watching. And Mustachio, anything you gotta say?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll catch you at the Rift next week. Take care, good night, goodbye. Make sure you stay safe.
Till we reach it, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and go. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're doing. All you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you're lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and go. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and go. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first, can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to say.